And a good Monday morning to you. Thank you for joining us across our Fox 9 digital platforms. I am Paul Bloom. And this is our Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial in St. Croix County, Wisconsin. We are getting started a few minutes early, as we do, to get you ready for Monday's witness testimony, the start of the second week in this high-stakes trial as we enter an absolutely crucial phase in the case. The state wrapping up its case, while the defense, by all accounts, prepares now to put Nicolae Miu on the witness stand in these next couple days to tell his side of the story. Court is scheduled to resume at the top of the hour, and we will take you right out to Hudson, Wisconsin once it does. We are monitoring our courtroom feed to ensure you do not miss a moment as prosecutors continue to make their case that these stabbings on the river, July 30th, 2022, were a senseless, avoidable, and intentional act to kill and injure. Miu is now 54 years old. He's been jailed for nearly 2 years. He's facing 5 total counts, all of them on your screen here. First-degree intentional murder for the slaying of 17-year-old Isaac Schuman, as well as 4 other counts of attempted first-degree murder for the 4 others stabbed that day: Riley Madison, A.J. Martin, and brothers Tony and Dante Carlson. Miu and his legal team arguing self-defense here, that the others were the aggressors, antagonizing and provoking this encounter, and that Miu only lashed out to protect himself from death or great bodily harm in the river nearly 2 years ago now. Miu's legal team has to come into this week feeling good about the witness testimony they got on Friday, specifically from Miu friends and fellow tubers Ernesto Torres Chaguez and Ariel Chaguez. Ariel telling the jury on Friday from his perspective, walking down the river towards the violent confrontation, he saw a woman striking Miu, and that he believes Miu was defending himself. A reminder now, Chaguez testified with the assistance of a Spanish interpreter. We'll go back now to his critical testimony Friday afternoon.
What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo, echando por abajo.
I think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado. Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él a
And
golpearlo.
repita, ¿a golpearlo, dijo?
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what did you see?
Nick respondió, se defendió.
Nick responded. He defended himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor
There were many people around,
y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
and what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él,
I touched his arm,
pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
but at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
And on your screen now, you can see the photo of Ariel there coming upon Miu immediately following the deadly stabbings. Miu's wife, remember, had sent him downriver from the group's tubing spot some 230 feet away to assist, clearly getting there a little too late to get himself involved, but sharing his recollections of what he witnessed in the river for that jury on Friday. Worth pointing out, it was interesting, the legal issue that developed late in the day that we heard about, where there was some concerns given his dialect of Cuban Spanish, the interpretation of the Spanish interpreter that the court was using on Friday. Nothing significant taken by the judge, no significant action. He acknowledged how difficult it is to translate in any foreign language, but was worth pointing out there that the defense at one point Friday had raised some concerns about the nuance of the dialect that several of the Spanish-speaking friends, how their testimony was being translated. Now, I want to take you over to another graphic we've created for our viewers to help you through what's expected to be about a 2-week trial. The main players in the case, these are your tubing groups we've gotten to know over the first week of this trial. Most everyone on the screen has already testified. I will point out Owen Peliquin in the Isaac Schuman group. You can see him, Isaac P there. Isaac Schuman, but then Owen P in the middle. We have not yet heard from Owen Peliquin on the witness stand. Our feeling here is that Owen will likely be called today or tomorrow as the state wraps up its case and attempts to inject some last emotion back into their presentation to this jury. Owen, you may remember, called Isaac's mom in a panic immediately after the stabbings. Meantime, as we continue to monitor our courtroom camera feed and we watch the clock as we approach 8 a.m. Central, I want to give our viewers another opportunity to watch the cell phone video of this escalating confrontation, again shot by Jawan Cockfield, one of Isaac Schuman's friends. The video here absolutely critical of the case, and what this jury sees in it will go a very long way in determining Miu's fate.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl! He said he was looking for a little girl! You're looking for a little girl? Yeah! That's exactly what he said! Weirding us out! I didn't have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker. Get on camera. Get on camera. Oh God. Oh God, he on camera. Oh God, he on camera. He's dying, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my God. Who is that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God. Oh my God, what the fuck? Is this real? Wait, that's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my God! Oh my God! This isn't real! This isn't real!
And as we come out of that video, again, the centerpiece of this entire case, what that jury sees in those 3 minutes and 20 seconds, what they believe happened before, and also what happened off camera, who threw the first punch, what happened there between Nicolae Miu and Madison Cohen and the groups, so critical. And this is your jury. We've shown you this graphic over the course of the trial. And with that, I do want to take you into Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. We're approaching 8:02 now. The judge has run a punctual trial schedule, and he has his jury coming into the courtroom now. The parties are all standing. It is the state's case in chief. They have so far called 34 witnesses, the defense calling 2 witnesses out of turn because of the need for the Spanish interpreter on Friday. We do not yet know who the state will call today, but still to come, key law enforcement investigators, as well as likely Isaac Schuman's friend.
Good morning,
Howard
everyone.
Peliquin. With that,
welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to resume the trial. I hope everyone had a restful and relaxing weekend. We are ready to continue with the evidence. The state is still presenting its evidence. I should note that the attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We have 14 jurors in the courtroom. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
We call Owen Peliquin.
And Judge, could we approach really quickly?
Yes. Sir, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. All right, Mr. Smestad.
Oh, you state your name for the record, please.
Owen Peliquin,
How do you spell your last name?
P-E-L-O-Q-U-I-N.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
Did you know a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
A lot, probably 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we hadn't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
All right. Did you ride to the river with Alex Vang?
Yeah, we all rode together in Al's van.
You rent tubes,
Yeah.
got on the river? Mm-hmm. Said yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Were you drinking that day?
Obviously having a little bit of our technical difficulties early in the day in Hudson, Wisconsin. We'll continue to see if we can get that figured out. As you know, we had some technical issues Friday morning as well. I have the monitor in front of me. Just as soon as we see it, we will get you right back there. But why don't we call up the group of tubers to kind of give you a little bit of a perspective here on Owen Peliquin. I did suggest this morning that he was likely to be one of the last witnesses called by the state. He is their 35th witness by my count. It looks like now we do have that feed back up, but of course, again, Owen Peliquin, a good friend of Isaac Schuman, he is on the stand right now.
It was like ankle high, like nothing more than probably 10 inches.
Was he in a tube?
No.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was not with anyone else.
Were you ever able to determine if he was with the group?
No, I never saw anyone else with
All
him.
right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Do you remember talking to police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling the police that he said he was looking for a phone?
I don't, no.
All right. If it's in the transcript, is that something that you would have said?
If it's in the transcript, yeah.
As you sit here today, you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember saying that ever.
All right. Do you know, we'll strike that since you don't remember. At some point, did he approach your group?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe how he did that?
He just weirdly like sprinted at us, like just made us all super uncomfortable. It was.
Were you sitting in the tube when that happened?
Yeah, we were all sitting.
All right, we're going to play some video for you here, Owen.
That's fact. What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa!
When you testified just a minute ago that he had sprinted up on you, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
What you just watched on the video? Was that your voice saying, yo, get away?
That was.
Did he get away?
Not once.
Did he grab onto your tubes?
Yes, he did.
Did he stop your tubes from floating down the river?
Yes, he did.
It is a leading question. Please refrain.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes, were you able to continue your journey?
No, we were not.
What did you do after he grabbed onto the tubes?
We all got out of our tubes and we're just like scared, wondering what was going on.
Did you move away from him?
To an extent, we got up on a way like from our tubes, yeah.
Other than saying, yo, get away, did you say anything else to him at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah.
What did you say?
We were calling him a pedophile because he, at one point, did say something about little girls. Couldn't really make out fully what he said, but I heard him say something about little girls, and then we all just that didn't sit right with any of us, and so we're screaming at him, pedophile, get out of here, like, you're a weirdo, like what a normal person would do, I feel like.
Fair to say you were calling him some names.
Yes, it was.
Did any of your group at that point lay a hand on him after he?
Not once.
When you spoke to the police later, do you recall if you mentioned anything about his little girl's comment, whatever it was?
I believe I did.
All right. If there's transcripts that show you didn't mention that, would that be accurate?
Yeah. Did you say did?
If there was a transcript that shows that you never mentioned that, would that be accurate?
I never did?
Right.
No, that would not be accurate. I said that.
Did you have some confusion as to why he was making contact with your group?
Yeah, very much so.
When he grabbed onto your tubes, did he say he was doing that to look for a phone?
No, he was not speaking really at all. He was just mumbling and just looking really scary.
All right. As you sit here today, you've indicated that you were yelling at him and calling him names.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back on it, is that something you regret now?
Very much so.
You wish you'd done some things differently that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you and your friends continue to yell at him to get to go?
Yeah, throughout the whole time, I feel like.
At some point, did somebody else on the river come over to see what was going on?
Yeah, after we called people over for help, because we couldn't get them away.
Did some folks come over?
Yes, they did.
Did you know those folks at all?
Not at all.
Were they adults or were they teenagers like you?
They were adults.
So the first, if you remember, who was the first person to show up in response to your yells?
It was a blonde girl.
All right, and eventually did some other folks come over too?
Yeah, her whole group.
All right. The folks that came over, were they male or female or both?
Both.
Once the blonde lady came over, did she also tell Mr. Miu to leave?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he leave?
Not once.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Judge.
Could you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless, like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife, and I tried to pull some people back.
All right, we're going to watch that video right now. Is that the point where you saw the knife?
Yes, it is.
We're going to go through these, through that section of the video slowly. As it was playing, did you hear your own voice saying something about the knife?
What was that, sorry?
As that video was playing, did you hear your voice saying something?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife.
Once you said that, the video appears to show you taking a step forward. What were you doing?
I was trying to grab my buddy Nelson and pull him back, and then I didn't know the other girl. I just tried to grab any other person and pull her back too.
After you did that, did you move away?
I believe I did. I don't really remember much from
All right.
that point.
We're gonna go through some stills here, starting at 26:24. Starting at 26, I guess it's 26:25. Do you see yourself in that picture, Owen?
Yes, I do.
Oh, is that you in the pink and blue shorts there?
Yes, it is.
All right. If we can back up, please. Go forward one frame. Owen, can you describe what the expression on your face is at this point?
Just pure shock.
What was that face? Why were you making that face?
It's because I saw the knife.
All right, move forward. Stop. Is that the step you took forward to grab Ryan Nelson?
Yes, it is.
All right, keep going. All right. We stopped at 26:52 for the record. Now, when you saw the knife, which hand was he holding it in?
His right hand.
All right. Did you, as you were standing there, did you see him strike anybody?
I did not see him strike anyone, but I heard it, and I watched her stumble backwards.
All right. Were you looking at the knife when that happened?
I don't know exactly what I was
Sorry.
looking at.
Sustainable.
Where were you looking at the time that you heard what you thought was a punch?
I really don't know exactly where I was looking.
But fair to say you were not looking at the blonde lady?
No, I was not.
I believe you testified, okay, strike that. After you heard something, did you see the blonde lady have a physical reaction to what you heard?
Yes, I saw her stumble backwards.
All right. Did you see whether she ever went down in the water?
She didn't like fully fall down. She like stumbled back and kind of like caught herself.
All right. At that point, what did you do?
I don't really know.
All right. Did you see anybody strike Mr. Miu?
I didn't really see the strike, but I did see Mr. Miu fall.
Did he fall in the water?
Yes, he did.
Do you know whether or not he still had the knife in his hand at the time that he fell?
Do not.
Did you see anybody else with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Did you see, once Mr. Miu was in the water, did you see anybody hit him in the water?
No, not in my memory, no.
Not in mine.
Memory? No.
Did you see Mr. Miu cut or stab anybody with the knife?
No, I was also quick. I didn't see any of it.
Did you yourself ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No,
Overruled.
I didn't know.
At some point, did you see Mr. Miu get up out of the water?
Yeah, I saw him stand back up.
All right, we're going to show you a still from the video. It's 29:29. Is this the point where Mr. Miu had stood back up?
I don't know.
All right. Do you see yourself in this photo?
That might be my left arm.
If we zoom in on that, would that help you?
Yeah, I think that.
Do you see yourself in that photo?
Oh yeah, I do. I guess I'm in the way back.
All right. What kind of expression are you making on your face?
I have my mouth wide open.
All right. At that point, do you remember how you got back to where you were in this picture?
No clue.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I didn't see him get stabbed, but I saw him fall into the water. And my buddy Alex was calling my name to come and help.
Were you fairly close to, we'll strike that. Did you go over to where Isaac had fallen?
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you got over there?
We picked him up and brought him to the shore.
Were you able to see that he had a significant wound?
Yes, I was.
Where was his wound?
He was on his chest.
What did you do to assist Isaac?
I tried my hardest to stop the bleeding.
Did you bring Isaac over to the shore?
Yeah, with Alex's help.
At some point, did some folks stop to help?
Yeah.
After they stopped to help, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a phone on you at the time?
I think my phone was in his bag.
All right. And did you use the phone?
No. Or, well, oh, yeah, I did. Well, eventually I got my phone back and I ended up calling his mom.
All right. Did some police officers eventually show up on the river?
Yes, they did.
And was Isaac eventually taken off the river?
Yes, he was.
Did you follow him up?
I did, yes.
Did they eventually put him in an ambulance?
Yes, they did.
Take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And did you follow?
Yes, we did.
At some point, were you informed as to what Isaac's condition was at the hospital?
Yeah.
And what was it?
He was not alive and
Sustained. Don't answer the question. He'll ask another one.
Did you yourself take any pictures of recordings of this incident, Mr. Miu?
no, I did not.
You're aware that Jawan Cockfield did?
Yes, I am.
Have you watched that video?
I have once, yeah.
When you're at the hospital, did you give a statement to the officer?
Yes, I did.
To an officer? When you gave him that statement, were you trying to be accurate?
Yes, I was.
Do you believe that you were impaired at that point still?
I believe I was still in so much shock. I still didn't really comprehend everything.
All right. No other questions?
Mr. Trofficy?
Mr. Pelican, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to investigator Andrew Dittman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. And investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this, there's a transcript of it, asked you about your contact with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer. From Investigator Dittman. Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, how does it, I mean, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer. We were floating, and then we look at him, and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened.
No,
That didn't happen.
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
Well, I remember.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that. No.
Okay. Is your memory better today, or is it better on the day of the incident?
I'd say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later.
Feel
Yes?
like- yeah, I've been able to think about it a lot.
Okay. Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
Okay.
Still wouldn't. It's not something I learned.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that.
No.
Do you know that?
Objection,
No,
Your Honor.
that's
not a
a-
question.
Sustained.
Do you know that it's not in your statement,
Yeah.
your recorded statement to police anywhere,
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
that
of
he
that.
was looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So
Feel like
then
I
it
did.
should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told them that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told them that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview, we saw a video of Joanne Cockfield calling Mr. Miu a raper. Do you remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember at that point, Mr. Miu just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on.
Sorry.
And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
Do you remember, my question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
At that point where Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Miu a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us, and we were floating towards him. And I mean, we couldn't move our tubes. We were gonna run into him eventually, so we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video where he calls him a raper, and I want you to tell me if you look like you're going to run into him.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
This is Exhibit 2 I'm playing.
little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, bro? He's a raper. Whoa.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking in a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us, though.
He was walking away from you, right? You just
For a
said.
second, yeah.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point, true?
True.
Okay. And Jawan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know, you tell the police that you're calling Mr. Miu a pedophile because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were kids.
You didn't say that you're calling him a pedophile because he said anything about kids, though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
You then see Mr. Miu come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah,
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
Okay. You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you, right?
Can you elaborate what confrontational means?
It's telling you that officer asked you a question.
Okay.
And that question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no, right?
Yep, if it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit. True?
Just a little bit, yep.
Okay. You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that at some point Isaac Schuman is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
Yes,
right?
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is you see Isaac Schuman with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So your group is confronting him, yes?
I wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay, but you guys are scared,
Scared, yes.
and you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
Right. And there's at least at that point, the six of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he walks out of your path, does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
right?
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was all so quick, and like I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation says it was all so quick, and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on, and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Jawan Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
I do not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
You don't recall that?
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Miu moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to leave. Also, the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like, I mean, there's just so much stuff. Like, you couldn't really say like we should just leave, because I don't know who would just leave in that situation. Because it was all so quick.
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a question.
What's the question? Overruled.
Right?
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh, you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes.
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling it how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and
So you were paying him back.
I wouldn't say paying him back, no.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him,
No.
all pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
We weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying, pedophile, get him, like, he's weird, all that stuff.
I'm going to show you a photograph. I want you to tell me if you think what your group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay?
Okay.
Back it up one or two. Okay. Can you bring it up? Mr. Pelican, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to play through it. It was at 2373, I think.
We started 2386.
2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him, though?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Am I answering?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I felt like I was pointing at him.
You've said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
And you're taunting him because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
He's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point, you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Miu by himself, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, no one really, not everyone was, like, punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers.
Yeah,
It's more than
I'd say
10.
there's probably about 10, yeah.
Okay. Only one of us can talk at a time, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you hear the blonde, when Mr. Miu walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him?
Yeah.
You heard that?
Yeah, she was screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like a foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or two apart.
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
Okay. So, in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling, like, help get this guy out of here. Like, get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile, right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Do you remember, or do you remember seeing Mr. Miu waving?
I did
this
not
with
see
his
that.
hand? You don't see that?
I did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the Blondes group, though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like, their group came over.
Okay, and there was, while that may or may not be correct, there are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within
exactly.
inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check inches, that's not the evidence.
Yeah, not inches.
The witness gives the answers. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I was never. I was probably within.
Hold on. Just rely, please, on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him, right?
By the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
In terms of when you were taunting him?
In terms?
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see So, may I approach this?
Yes.
Mr. Poliquin, I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104, okay? I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. Do you see those? Okay. So, for example, OP would stand for your name, right? And
Ron Nelson. What I mean. That's Evan, his last name.
right, it's right. Okay, so it's supposed to be Landon Weir. This is Isaac.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And this is kind of G1 is kind of where your tubes were in general. Okay. Would you say, in looking at this diagram, right before what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are
I feel like in that clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson, though.
Okay. But you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay. And if I have it right, you would agree people are like where I am to you on Mr. Miu, not directly behind him, but off to his side.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
There's people in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there's people kind of off to his other side. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I told you that the evidence has been, or this document, there's 13 people and Mr. Miu by himself, Would you agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of us were just like standing there though and watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Miu what you're going to do, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you say people are standing there. You agree people don't know what other people are going to do, right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
So you're not telling him that you're not going to do anything. You're all just
Standing there.
taunting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. Weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this, in terms of what's going on, because of the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
You can answer the question.
Oh, could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No. I was just standing there and just watching. I never would have ever put my hands on anyone.
But he doesn't know that, right?
Objection as to what the defendant was.
Sustained. Speculation.
I want to make sure I understand this right. Did you see what happened between Mr. Miu and the blonde person, the blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard the fist hit her face, and then I saw her stumble backwards.
I want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Exactly.
If you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
Because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her, and he looked like he had a crazy look on his face, and she stumbled backwards, and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly, I could make out that he hit her. Clearly, I could.
How? You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And, I mean, he clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
I'm going to ask you to explain to me, because you didn't see it, how you know that.
How I know what?
You said he clearly hit her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You heard something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? The punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that she hit or he hit her.
Okay. So you believe that he hit her to the point where there was a noise like this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so So she stumbled, if I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay. So would that make sense to you then, that if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her? So it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right?
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Okay. Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
Okay. And after you say that this happened, you say everyone got on his ass and started punching him, right?
I said that?
Yeah.
I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just In shock still.
What I'm asking you, is that what you said?
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
Okay. You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water, yeah.
Okay. Do you hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
No, I did not see that, no.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No. At that point, like, I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
The knife.
Seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple minutes or so that they're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces.
So seeing the knife made you go black? Yes?
To an extent.
You'd agree if your memory, if you remember this.
Yeah, if I remembered anything,
Hold on,
I would agree.
There's a question. Mr. Miu doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Miu is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then, by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
It means just, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking you.
What are you
What
asking?
I'm asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
That means, people hit him, yeah. Because he punched a woman.
People hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, no, because I, once again, don't really remember. I know I didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
And you don't see, what Isaac is doing.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now I think you say to police, Isaac was not going toward him.
Yeah, of my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
Just up to the... Mr. Pelican, I'm going to show you, if you watch the screen, this is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Miu's, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Miu's throat?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Isaac Schuman?
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
You don't know that that doesn't refresh your memory or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
Yeah, it does look that way.
Okay. I'm finished, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peliquin. You can step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Good? All right, let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
We're going to swap out here, Judge. Mr. Anderson will be.
Dr. Meyer.
Dr. Meyer, please come forward. That's good right there. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Brian Meyer, M-Y-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by Gruth Help Incorporated, which is the physician employment group for Health Partners.
And what's your position?
I am an acute care surgeon.
What kind of education and background do you have for your position as a surgeon?
Sure. So I went to medical school at Albany Medical College, completed my MD there, then went to Eastern Virginia Medical School for my surgical residency, which was 5 years. Then went to Shock Trauma, University of Maryland, for a surgical critical care fellowship. There is no actual fellowship for trauma per se. That's the training that you get for trauma. And then stayed and did a second year for acute care surgery fellowship at University of Maryland Shock Trauma as well.
And so is your position specifically a trauma surgeon, or do you do scheduled surgeries too?
I don't really do much in the way of elective surgery. I do surgical critical care, emergency general surgery, and trauma surgery.
Okay. And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Where were you working?
At Regents Hospital.
And on that day, were you involved with the evaluation and or treatment of Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Alexander Martin?
Yes, sir.
Who was the first patient that was brought in?
That was Riley.
And what was Riley's condition when she got brought to the hospital?
Just to clarify, what do you, condition?
What was her injury?
So she had a wound, open wound to her abdomen. We'd call it a thoracoabdominal wound, so it's right between, close enough you can't tell if it's in the chest or in the abdomen, or both. And in her case, there was clear evisceration of the omentum or fatty apron that we have in our belly.
And was that exposed?
Yes.
And what was your response after you noted the injury?
So when you have penetrating trauma like this, you don't know what all is involved, and so this patient needs an exploration. And so I immediately called the OR to bring her upstairs and go proceed with that exploration. What was
The result of the exploration, did she have internal injuries?
She did. Just for clarification, I took her to the OR as we were about ready to start the case was when I got notification of a second more critical patient. And so my chief resident started the case. As a level 1 trauma center, we have a backup surgeon that is always available, and so I called my backup partner to come in to complete that surgery. And so I did not do the surgery itself, but she ended up having 2 injuries to her stomach as well as an injury to her diaphragm.
And when you say injuries, to the stomach and diaphragm, can you just explain what you mean?
Sure. So with a penetrating injury like this, there was a full thickness injury to the stomach in 2 areas. So the stomach had a full hole in it, and then also there was an injury up in the diaphragm as well.
And she required emergency surgery?
She did.
What's the danger of a cut through your stomach?
Sure. So if your GI tract is meant to keep everything inside where it's supposed to be, and if that leaks out into your belly, you can get sick from that. Untreated, that would lead to sepsis and progress likely onto something like septic shock, where your blood pressure would get low and that you could get an overwhelming infection. For the diaphragm injury, if you have an infection that then goes from your belly where it would otherwise be contained and moves up into the thoracic cavity, that can create its own extra issues. And long term, if you don't fix a diaphragm injury, you can get a hernia through that, where the bowel or the spleen or anything in your belly that lives in that left upper quadrant can move up into that area, lose its blood supply, and then lead to another emergency surgery.
And did the hospital do blood work on Riley?
Yes.
What was her BAC?
0.09.
And you said that once after you did the evaluation of Riley, you got word that another more critical patient was incoming?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was AJ.
And what was AJ's condition when he arrived?
So AJ was critically ill. We received word that as he was being flown to us that his heart had stopped. And so based on the records from, we didn't have all these details at the time, but based on the EMS records from LifeLink, he went into PEA, or pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest, for 9 minutes. They were able to get return of spontaneous circulation as he rolled down to our ED, and we quickly assessed him there.
The cardiac arrest for 9 minutes, does that mean his heart stopped for 9 minutes?
Correct.
Did his heart stop at all at the hospital?
It did. So he was only in our trauma bay and up into the OR within 5 minutes, and as we rolled to the operating room with him, his heart again stopped on the monitor as we were rolling him into the OR.
And did AJ require emergency blood transfusion?
He did. He received transfusions prior to his arrival, so LifeLink transfuses blood in their helicopter, and then we had activated what we call a massive transfusion protocol, or MTP, to have lots of blood products available and continue to infuse those upon his arrival to us.
Was he in shock when he arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
And when you use, as a physician, when you use shock, what do you mean?
So shock is a condition where you don't perfuse your organs appropriately. So there's several causes of it. The most common cause of it in trauma, and what AJ had, was hemorrhagic shock, which is a subset of hypovolemic shock.
So when you use the word shock in medicine, it's a physical condition?
It is. It's a pathophysiologic condition.
And can you describe what you had to do as far as surgery and what damage you found?
Sure. So when AJ arrived, he had a very large incision, essentially almost from his sternum down to the middle of his pelvis, or his pubis. I had to extend this a centimeter or two just to make sure that we could get full exposure and see everything appropriately. And he had multiple injuries. The most important one, and the one that why his heart stopped and why he was so sick, was because he had injuries to his right common iliac artery, and then also his left common iliac vein. So I repaired the artery. When I knew that there was a vascular injury, I'd called in Dr. Rosenthal, who's one of our vascular surgeons, and he ended up putting some stitches to repair the vein. We additionally found 3 injuries to his small intestine and an injury to his colon as well, the transverse colon.
And I think you said the iliac artery?
Yes.
Where's that located?
So the iliac artery is what supplies blood to your pelvis and your each leg. So as you come down from the heart, your aorta splits down low in your belly, or as you go into the pelvis, into the common iliac artery. So there's a right and there's a left, and so it then continues on, provides blood, as I said, to the pelvis and the leg.
Do those, so that there are there, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So each leg has a vein that comes up and meets somewhere?
So this would be up in the torso itself, not into the leg. So as it goes on, it then branches into an external and internal iliac artery. The external is what would continue on to go down into your femoral artery and then be the blood vessels that go down into your leg.
And where does that vein run through the torso or the stomach area?
I'd say it's about 2/3 of the way down in the abdominal cavity, where the aorta bifurcates or splits into two.
Are there other major arteries and veins in the human torso?
Yes.
And can you just describe where those are?
So as I mentioned, the aorta would be the biggest one. It gives off branches to your mesenteric vessels as you come down through the abdomen, and then the big branches are the iliac arteries, and then into the external and internal. So this is a sizable artery, I would say, second only to really your, in the belly at least, second only to your aorta.
Was AJ conscious for the surgery?
He was not. He had been intubated prior to his arrival.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Penny, it's been marked as Exhibit 29. What does that photo show?
So that is AJ. You can see he has a nasogastric tube in his nose, and below his gown you can see his abdomen exposed, and there's what we call an abthera. So when someone is ill enough or has a reason why we would leave their belly open and not complete the surgery all in one setting, and in his case he was sick enough that that was the reason we did it, we put this special dressing on which has a vacuum in it and an area to protect the internal contents of the abdomen, and then leads to a nice closed system so that any fluid that is in the belly can drain out, and then in a delayed fashion we take patients back and re-explore them in the next day or two.
And did AJ require follow-up surgeries?
He did. He had multiple.
So the wound that's visible in that photo, I think you said you opened it up maybe another centimeter or two?
Correct. Both at the top and the bottom, it would have been a centimeter or two.
Okay. So other than that, that's the centimeter or two on the bottom, centimeter or two on top. That's the wound, the size of the wound you came in with?
Correct.
Judge, I'd move to publish 29, and I'm just going to hand it to the jury and put it on the screen.
Any objection to 29? All right, you may publish.
And was there a BAC taken of AJ?
There was not.
Would AJ have survived without medical intervention?
No.
You're a trauma surgeon. You deal with a lot of traumatic injuries. Does this case stand out to you?
It does.
You specifically remember the...
I do. I've not had a patient with that large of a penetrating wound previously.
And then Dante Carlson, how was he transported to the hospital?
He came via helicopter.
Was he given any medications on the helicopter?
He was.
Do you recall offhand what those were?
Fentanyl, and if I can look at the record here, I think it was ondansetron or Zofran.
What's fentanyl used for?
It is both used for pain as well as for sedation, depending on the clinical scenario.
Is it a narcotic?
Yes.
And what was Dante's injury?
So he actually ended up having nothing internal, but as I had said earlier, one of the issues with penetrating trauma is you don't know how deep anything goes and what is injured until you actually look at it. So in his case, it was early the next morning. We took him to the operating room, did a diagnostic laparoscopy, confirmed that there were no injuries beyond his abdominal wall. So his injury was a traumatic hernia that we repaired.
And why, if there's a penetrating injury in the torso or stomach, you said you got a, so did you use a camera or how did you?
Yes, so we used a camera, put air into the belly so that we have space to do it through little incisions, and then evaluated the intraperitoneal space to make sure there was nothing injured.
And you said you have to do that to make sure there's none of those vital organs or arteries or anything else damaged inside?
Correct. You need to make sure there's not something injured to your gastrointestinal tract that is leaking contents, or even if a blood vessel or your spleen is injured, it may not bleed significantly, but you may end up with injuries to it called pseudoaneurysms that can bleed in a delayed fashion.
And what was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was.
What was his BAC?
0.09.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Strofficy?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with Riley, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to start with this. You had mentioned that her blood was drawn and her alcohol concentration level was a 0.09. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time that was?
That would be obtained. I can look and find the minutes if you need that. It would be when she first arrives to the ED. We take blood from most patients and send it off as part of a rainbow draw that every lab that we get available, and then we send to the lab and select what we're going to choose.
Okay.
From there.
And you're free to look. I'm not here to trick you. If I told you that it was drawn at about 4:55, that makes sense?
That would sound about right.
Okay. And I don't want to interrupt you while you're looking. Do you recall on the records that you have what she weighed about?
I do not.
Okay. I think there's been testimony. I think 115 is what she had said. Is that kind of what
That sounds ballpark about correct.
So you would agree that if the draw is at 4:55, she's an 09 at 4:55, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what her alcohol concentration was when this incident happened. True?
I'm not a toxicologist, so I'm not going to, I don't know that I have the expertise to get into specifics on that, but common sense would say yes.
Okay, so, and again, I'm not going to ask for your expert opinion on anything. What I'm going to ask you is, do you, whether it's personal experience, training and experience as a medical professional, you understand that alcohol absorbs and eliminates at different rates, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if this is alcohol, this water bottle, and I drink it, it's not fully absorbed into my body immediately, right?
Correct.
It would take some period of time to do that. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm assuming, well, tell me if you can answer this. Do you have any information that after she was injured, she was consuming any alcohol?
I do not.
Okay. So the blood draw is about an hour and change before the incident. Her alcohol concentration, based on what you know, based on your training and experience, is not an 09 at the time, likely, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. And you, I want to just make sure I have this right. You had said that if Riley's injuries were left untreated, sepsis, other types of infections, I don't want to discount what you're saying, I was trying to write as fast as I could. Other infections and a hernia, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can I approach you?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk to you about AJ for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that his injuries were kind of, is the belt line or a little bit lower than the belt line kind of?
No, higher than that.
Okay. So the belly button?
Below that.
Okay.
Right between those two.
The belly button and the belt. All right. Can I ask you this? All of us here have seen the video of kind of what the injury to AJ Martin looked like. Okay, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we all have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can the trajectory of the injury, meaning what it ends up looking like, change based upon what the person who's being injured does? Do you understand my question?
Well, sure. I mean, penetrating trauma is all about what the trajectory of of the object doing the injuring does, and our job is to figure out what that trajectory is. So if someone moves as the penetrating object is going through them, mm-hmm. that would change the trajectory and what the injuries would be.
Right, fair enough. So if, for example, I stabbed you, and when I stabbed you, you were shoving me and actually knocking me backwards off my feet, okay? That could change, like, my arm angle and what ends up happening to you as a result of that. Is that fair?
It's a dynamic process, so the two would be affecting each other for sure.
Sure. So something that looks like a stab wound that's going straight, right, that's kind of going in, that might not certainly have the same impact of taking an injury from your navel area up to your chest area as it would be if that same penetrating wound happened and the person got shoved and the knife got moved. Is that fair?
It would, although I would worry at AJ he would have had a worse injury if it went deeper and it didn't go up.
Okay. Can you say that again for me?
So you're saying if the force is that someone gets pushed and instead of the knife going straight, mm-hmm. it comes up. In his case, that would have actually been a better thing because his deepest injury was that lowest part. And if that knife went deeper, it would have had a bigger injury and he probably would have never made it to the hospital.
Okay. But in terms of what, the jury has seen this photo of his abdomen area. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand. For example, Riley suffered a puncture, if that's fair, a puncture wound. Her abdomen or her side here didn't open up like that, right?
It was wide open. It just wasn't as large.
Right, understood. And that could be, meaning what it looks like, I think you said this, could be based upon what the person's body is doing when the injury is occurring. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And does it also change in terms of the possible penetration of the wound? If I'm standing still and you stab me, okay, versus if I'm running at you and then you stab me? Could that have an impact on the force used in the depth of the wound?
It could.
And it would make it seems logical to me, but you tell me if this is right. If I'm running at you and I'm a grown person, and I'm running at you with some force, it certainly is possible that the wound could go deeper because of the force that I'm providing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Was it, it's not a criticism, it's a question. A.J. Martin's, because of the transfusions, his blood couldn't be tested for alcohol, is that fair?
No, the reason we did not hang around long enough to get blood specimens in the trauma bay.
Okay.
We moved so quickly to the OR that he did not get the normal labs drawn in the ED. And our anesthesia team who takes over the resuscitation in the operating room, that wouldn't be part of the order set that they would send off because it wouldn't have affected his care.
Okay, very good, thank you. And Dante Carlson, just the same, he has a test result of an 09, but that's also at a later time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it certainly may not be what his test result was at the time of the incident, true?
It may not be what his level was at the time of the instance, yes.
Right, okay. And I think this is fair, and you tell me, what you ended up doing for Dante Carlson was repairing a hernia. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
As far as what people's movements contributed, you don't know, you can speculate or say it could affect it, but is that the extent of what you're able to say?
Correct. I mean, physics is physics, and it's a very dynamic thing, and movement of two objects that are interacting is going to lead to different outcomes.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Sharafi? All right. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. You may step down. This might be a good place for a short recess. Let's come back at 9:35. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We're in recess. 10 minutes.
Carl, you have a quick second? Yeah.
Yeah.
And good morning again from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've, of course, been watching gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial across our Fox 9 digital platforms. Monday morning, we are into the second full week of this high-stakes trial. Nicolae Miu, his fate soon lying in the hands of the St. Croix County jury, facing 5 total counts: first-degree intentional homicide, 4 counts of attempted intentional homicide. We just heard there from the Regions Hospital surgeon, Dr. Brian Meyer, about some of the injuries, about blood alcohol levels, about how the injuries were sustained. The doctor there saying this is a case he will remember just based simply off of the severity, if you will, the deep penetration of the knife into victim A.J. Martin. He also tended to Riley Madison. And before Dr. Meyer took the stand for his brief testimony there about the treatment of those injured that day, we heard from Owen Peliquin, one of the young men tubing, good friends of Isaac Schuman, tubing with Isaac and the rest of that Stillwater group or so, half a dozen strong. They, of course, engaged with Nicolae Miu, He did admit taunting Miu at times, but Owen certainly describing being fearful, Miu not saying anything, staring, and that while the defense did ask him, could the tubers have gone past him, he seemed to indicate they could have, but in that moment he just did not feel they should. He was interested to watch this whole entire encounter play out as the young adults from the Carlson tubing group came in, and we now know the stabbing would unfold. With that, I want to bring in a friend of Fox 9 here, criminal defense attorney Marsh Hallberg Criminal Defense. He's joining us via Zoom. He has been monitoring much of this trial, including all of the testimony this morning. Marsh, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Just wanted to get your knee-jerk reaction to what we've heard this morning so far.
Yeah, thanks. It's interesting morning. You kind of wonder how they plan to finish this whole thing up. We're already kind of thinking at our end going, because you always want to finish on a high point emotionally and where the prosecution and what order they've lined their witnesses up in. So we're kind of second guessing that a little bit or wondering how they'll play that out. We thought Mr. Peliquin might come later in the in the parade, so to speak, but I appreciate they started with him. Few things I think for viewers to recognize is if you're ever called as a witness, I don't care how smart you are, I don't care how witty you think you are, you generally don't want to try to debate the other lawyer on the stand. They get to ask the questions, they control how you answer, when you answer, what the question is, and that's usually not easy to do. So sometimes it's easier just to give up the obvious. For example, when they asked Mr. Peliquin, were you taunting him? He goes, well, no, I wasn't. And they showed the photographs of him doing this kind of a thing. And clearly that was that. He said, well, I guess some could. So that's just kind of that thing. I thought he could have been a little less argumentative. But again, he's a young man and, he's confident in himself, which most young men are. So you kind of take that for what it is. So I thought I really have appreciated through this whole trial the very professional, polite style that the judge is also bringing to this courtroom. We've all seen trials or clips of trials where it gets out of control or the attorneys are playing more to the TV camera than they are to the jury, and that's not happening here. I think the style of cross has been extremely polite. And part of that is for both sides is we've got so much of this on video, right? So imagine how different each of our impressions might be of a witness. Like Mr. Peliquin, for example. Imagine you didn't have his video, and only way you could create the picture of what he did or what he saw was his own testimony. Now compare that then to what's on the video, and you get a whole different flavor or nuance as to what happened. So there's a certain amount of questioning that really is already set by what the video says. You're boxed in within the video for what you don't see, what might not have been heard, etc. And obvious other things he did, like saying his memory is better now, and the defense attorney politely brought that up. Really, your memory gets better with age, not worse. He goes, yeah, I've had time to think about that. Or you never reached out to the police and asked them to add additional information or to correct things. No, I'm young, I didn't know how to do that. Really, you can't make a phone call to do that. So I thought there were some points that were made back on that. But again, the video speaks for what the video is.
And Marsh, my quick takeaway on Owen Peliquin, I thought the state could have done more with him to elicit some of that emotion. I know when we were talking about the build up to their case, so we had testimony all last week. It took a lot out of everybody. We didn't know exactly. We knew the state was entering its final phase, if you will. We knew we'd hear from the medical, the experts, if you will, the surgeon, perhaps an ME is coming to describe Isaac's injuries. We know kind of the final two, law enforcement, the lead investigators coming. We know probably the woman who did the jailhouse interrogation with Miu at the time, that she would come. So you're kind of down to your final witnesses. We knew Owen Peliquin was the last tuber with Isaac. He makes this wrenching call to the mother to report that Isaac's been stabbed, get to the river as fast as possible. He choked up a little bit. I mean, I know this isn't a TV show, but I kind of thought that they could have elicited a little bit more out of him to make him a more effective witness in this last phase of their case.
Absolutely. That's because we thought he might be the last witness, actually, because of that call, and you'd end with that moment, or mother, somebody to talk more from the emotional standpoint. Because there's a certain, I don't mean to make light of this all, but there's a certain amount of theater in the courtroom. It is, and it's about telling a story in a powerful, emotional way. And you always want to end on a high point. What I'm assuming, and it's not a bad call at all by the government, is Mr. Pelican is just a young, kind of unpredictable witness in the sense we just don't know how he's going to play or what road he might go down. So you got to think the investigator is going to be the last witness. That's somebody you probably can kind of rehearse with more, have a more balanced approach, and you have more of a controlled finish. So maybe possibly not as strong, but predictable. So that's what I think you'd do.
And the lead investigator is allowed to sit in. We've heard him reference John Schultz. He's sitting alongside the prosecution and obviously not been in the courtroom as much as you, Marsh, over the years, but that they're able to kind of tie everything together and any loose questions that haven't been answered. We would certainly expect him at the end. The interrogation is going to be huge. The way it's documented in the criminal complaint that Miu lied. He had taken the knife off those he was encountering that day. So hearing what went on during that taped interrogation, how he was trying to spin what had taken place, that will be critical. I'm wondering, Marsh, in this whole encounter, there's been so much attention on the punch, so-called punch, strike, hit between Nicolae Miu and Madison Cohen, the blonde girl who was in his space. You heard Owen Pelican there get asked quite a bit, what did you see? He didn't see it, but by deducing that he heard a punch or a noise, a contact, then he saw Madison Cohen stumble, that to him, Miu definitely hit her. How important, it is not on the Cockfield video, how important is who hits who throws the first punch? How important is it in the overall context of the murder charges Nicolae Miu is facing?
Well, it kind of goes to the whole big theme they have of self-defense, right? And in Wisconsin, you're going to wrap that whole self-defense thing together to look at. So the nuances of that are important. To me, the still frames of the blonde woman, again, I apologize, I don't remember her name, are just kind of looking really angry with an attitude, chirping at him, kind of speaks volumes to me on that. The fact that we are planning that the defendant's going to testify, you can bet that they've rehearsed that. We call that sandpapering in our business when we practice with our witnesses. Typically what we will do is for our client, we will have someone from our firm. I was a former prosecutor, so a lot of times I'll do that with my fellow partners. I go down the hall and I try to beat up our client as best I can with cross-examination to practice that and trick questions or trying to get emotional or trying to aggravate them. So they'll rehearse that. And that's not a negative thing or a sneaky thing, but they will practice what that testimony is because all the subtleties are there. So I think the testimony he gives is going to make or break this whole thing.
And by all accounts, he's going to testify. I'm just curious as we talk about the timeline. I know the state has said they'll go through today. The defense will get ready. We'll be prepared to start calling witnesses tomorrow. They did, I will point out to our viewers, call 2 of their witnesses out of turn last week because of the need for the Spanish interpreter in that courtroom. But as we think about that defense case, Marsh, is Miu right away, or is he the last voice that they hear, for the jury hears from before closings?
Yeah, kind of a classic debate we have on the defense side. Do you put them first and then clean up with other people, or do the opposite? I generally like to do my client last because it's the most predictable person. I've spent the most time with them, assuming they present well, and I think he will. So I think he could well be the last witness for them. And you really do start to time it out, just like you do in a sporting event. You look at how much time you got left on the clock and who's going to do what. You don't like to ever end a witness. For example, last Friday, you don't want to end a witness that the other side has the whole weekend to re-examine that testimony, to pick it apart, to plan on new, fresh questions for Monday. And attorneys, judges, juries, we're just like a risk. We get tired, right? By a Friday afternoon, we're tired. We may not be as sharp on our questioning. The jury may not be listening as much. So we really look forward to Mondays when everybody comes in, they had that big cup of coffee, they're really back being alert again. And so Mondays is a big day where when the government wants to make some points, today is to try to do that. I thought the defense did with the doctor that was on, generally for people, when you go out drinking, generally there's an average of what's called 0.15 an hour you burn off. So you do the math. That's for an average 165-pound man. They will metabolize at a different rate than women. So the point they're trying to make with Riley or the other person who was a 0.09 is that they're really probably a 1.1, something like that at a higher level. That doctor pushed back, didn't want to get off into burn off and absorption rates, which I appreciate. But the defense made a good point of saying we know it's higher because there's no alcohol consumed between the time of the stabbings and the hospital visit. So we know that alcohol was being burned off. So I thought they did a nice job of working with the little information they needed. The point is we know it's higher.
Yeah. Marsh, just to kind of alert our viewers that we've now put that state seal back on your screen. We've kind of double boxed Marsh Hallberg, our criminal defense attorney at Twin Cities, veteran lawyer, as you mentioned there, a prosecutor once upon a time in his career, now has a criminal defense firm in the Twin Cities. So as soon as we see the Judge Waterman, come back to the bench, we'll get you back inside. But I did have one question, and I know that the doctor has to serve. I mean, he's the trauma doctor. He's a surgeon. He's a surgeon who testified he saved A.J. Martin's life. A.J. Martin had his heart stopped for 9+ minutes, being rushed into surgery. So I don't know. My gut is the jury expects to hear that from him, and then we take a turn to the BACs. But I suppose Marsh, the doctor, he's the doctor, so they do have to ask him those kinds of questions, right?
Right. Yeah, you get it in when you can, and you piece it all together. Because at the end of the trial, a lot of this is all fluff, right? They're going to focus on the big things. And again, we're in this day and age where it's such a big phenomenon now. Trials are so different. Everybody's got a camera, right? Every single one of us carries a camera. And especially younger people, as soon as something happens, that camera is out, taking pictures, taking video. And this has gotten to be such a bigger part of our courtrooms now, is the playing of video for what we do.
Yeah. Marsh Hallberg, thank you so much. You're going to be with us all day, so we'll see you at the lunch break. Right now, I want to take our viewers back to the bench. Judge Michael Waterman in the St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. State presenting its case. They're up next with their next witness.
Investigator Standard, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How do we say your name for the record, please?
Sally Standard.
How do you spell your last name?
Standaert.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office as an investigator.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
What are your general duties as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department?
I investigate sensitive crimes, drug crimes, crimes against children, burglaries, homicides.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the Apple River stabbings back in July of 2022?
I was.
Were you given specific duties or assignments?
Yes.
Specifically, were you asked to collect some DNA samples?
Yes.
Do you recall whose DNA you collected?
I collected Alexander Martin's, Riley Madison's, and Dante Carlson.
What kind of collection method did you use?
We use a buccal swab, which looks similar to a one-sided Q-tip. We use that Q-tip on the inside of the cheek to collect a sample from there.
Are the swabs sterilized or come in sterile packaging when you're using them for this collection?
They do.
Do you recall when you took the buccal swab from A.J. Martin, was that here or at his home or somewhere else?
At his home.
What day was that, if you remember what date?
September 1st, 2022.
Did you drive over to his house?
I did.
Collected the swab?
I did.
What did you do with the swab after you collected it from him?
I packaged it, logged it in our computer system, and then placed it into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Did you collect the same type of buccal swab from Riley Madison, Tony Carlson, and Dante Carlson?
From Riley and Dante, I did, and then Investigator Schultz collected it from Anthony.
Where was that done?
Here at the Government Center.
All right, and did you use the same process with Riley and Dante?
I did.
What did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them, logged them into evidence, and placed them in the evidence room at the sheriff's office.
Were you present when Investigator Schultz took Anthony Carlson's buccal swab?
I was.
What happened to that swab?
I also packaged that one and logged it.
Do you remember the day that that happened?
September 2nd, 2022.
When you say you placed them in evidence, is that a secure facility at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And were they kept in that secure facility until transported?
To my knowledge, yes.
Where were they transported to?
The state crime lab?
Were you involved in that?
No. Not that I recall that I was there.
Is it possible you were involved in that?
I could have been.
Was it quite a while ago?
Yes.
Is there another Sally Standard who works for the sheriff's office?
No.
If the crime lab paperwork says that the samples were dropped off by a Sally Standard, would that have been you?
Yes.
What is it at 64?
Yes, you may.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 64. Can you identify that?
It appears to be the property and evidence summary from the case number 2022-6400.
Is that this case that we're here for?
Yes.
Did you, as you log in evidence, and specifically these buccal swabs, is there a number assigned for that evidence?
There is.
An item number, I guess it's called?
There is an item number, yes.
I'm referring you to the, I guess, the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Do you see the entries for the buccal swabs that you collected on September 1st and 2nd?
Yes.
Can you just tell us the numbers for the swabs that you entered into evidence?
257, 258, 259, and 260.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Shirafisi?
Just very few. So investigator, when you get the buckles, and I think you said you got them on September 1st and September 2nd?
Correct.
Okay. You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
At the date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with the DNA evidence, meaning do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I place it into evidence, it's in a locker.
Okay. And in this particular case, not being critical, you don't know how long it's there before it's transferred?
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Okay. Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay. You don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have that exhibit in front of you? Can I just take a peek at it?
Sure.
Appreciate it. And to be fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on that form, no.
That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down. Who is the next witness?
One moment, Judge. It'll be Ashley Hoffman. She may appear on the witness list as Ashley Price, Your Honor. She had a name change.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, please come forward. Keep coming. Right down the middle. That's good. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known as with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a nurse,
What kind of nurse are you?
forensic nurse examiner for SART, and then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Is that something affiliated with St. Croix County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County. It's a community resource.
All right. Can you briefly describe your education that led you to your job as a nurse?
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Do you have a bachelor's degree in nursing?
Yes.
From where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Your Honor, if I can approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57, and I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just a document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibits 57.
Any objection?
Okay.
57 is received.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call the SART nurse. What are you asked to do as a SART nurse?
Yes, so typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including sexual assault, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Does part of your duties include responding to the St. Croix County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is a SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
All right. Did you get called to the St. Croix County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
You remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
All right. Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties you perform, do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly, we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to the jail?
Yes, correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is you prepare a written report.
Yes.
Do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Right, if I can approach.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 55. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
Is that the report you filled out on your examination with Nicolae Miu?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head-to-toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant, if there is one that is issued, that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Miu consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on, I believe.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep, so I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question. Oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. With regard to medical history, did Mr. Miu tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any medical data to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight?
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall.
And what did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Miu reported some injuries to you that he took that you made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top.
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like that.
Did you see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Miu make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Do you see any bruising or cuts? That you...
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
Right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did
Said,
he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
With regard to the abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base
All right.
of his skull.
Was his hair covering it, if you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated, I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
And maybe, just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, well, I can approach.
Yes.
First off, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name as the photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate of the page? Of the first page?
The last page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
All right. On your photo identification card, are you using your former maiden name?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for admission for Exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet, or?
No.
55 has not been offered.
Okay.
So 56 is received, go ahead and publish.
Well, Your Honor, I will offer 55, which is a report, but I wasn't intending to publish it.
Any objection to it being received as evidence?
No, Judge.
All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so if you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2, can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso?
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries to his face?
Objection. I think that's what the jury just said.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3, what's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Miu make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, if you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, all right, we'll move on. Page 4. Tell us what that is.
That is an up-close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right. Photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I have noted on the upper right back.
And what was the, go back, what was the,
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
all right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side, or to the right side of the first noted abrasion, with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This
Yes,
photo here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. And what is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up-close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again measuring it?
Correct.
And how big was?
1 centimeter.
The next photo, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up-close photo of the same injury.
And is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement, 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo, what does this show?
So that would be a picture, a distant picture of the abrasions, a little bit further, kind of mid-back on the right side.
All right, next photo,
It's a more up-close image of the same injury.
understood? You measured that as well?
Correct.
And this photo that you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were 2 0.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that tell us what that is.
That is a reddened linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes,
That's
measured
shown-
that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
Did you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
That's what does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being the after photo of the identification card.
Correct.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
As you're examining Mr. Miu, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right. Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you take his pulse?
Yes.
And do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Right. Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Miu complain of any pain in his ear?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Miu? Did you take samples from Mr. Miu during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA, so we have something to reference, as well as skin-to-skin contact swab, so that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
All right. Did you do any swabs of his back at all, if you remember?
Not that I can remember.
All right. What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples?
Yep, the evidence samples we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes.
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for her.
I believe 56 was received as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
Morning. You're a nurse examiner,
Yes,
and you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
yes,
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
yes,
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
yes,
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
yes,
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
yes,
And then you note what you observed, correct?
yes,
So essentially, exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
Yes.
And what you saw, correct?
Yes.
When you, oftentimes, most of the time, I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
Yes.
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on, that might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Yes.
Because obviously a lot of the psychological trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes, unless they tell me.
Unless they tell you, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best position to tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Miu.
Sure. You're a nurse, though, right?
Yep.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing, again, that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did.
Mm-hmm.
You could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Is that something you did?
Yes.
Was that elevated as well?
Blood pressure was 144 over 97.
Okay.
Which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally, but yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body, not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak?
Yes, so I collected a full set of vital signs, so that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature, 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
You know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have a foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Yep, because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high-stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And the same holds true even if that person thankfully was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honors, to the speculation foundation, stating facts not in evidence.
I'm asking her in general.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts, because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Miu had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
Okay. And you made observations of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody or not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Miu, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes, a fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too. Agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? Would that make sense?
Yes.
Mr. Miu reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Miu notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says, post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in the river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Because water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection. Lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Miu reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Miu, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the backside, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Miu also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
He was, in those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
And then on page 6, you have, there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's again, looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just going to go through that, if I could.
Yes.
And actually, publish that, do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you so I can use the actual exhibit? Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the questions, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And what he noted is I bit it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say, did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question.
No, I did not.
Again, and it sounds critical, I didn't mean it to be that way, it's just your asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And then you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter, agreed?
Correct.
You noted that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Miu said, I was hit back there, agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could have caused that injury, agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I fold this?
Yes, I thought there was
How about I just do this?
enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
There we go. The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Miu's face, is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else, had observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, you ask if you observed any injuries, and you didn't, correct?
Correct.
But you note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times, fair to say? Both to the back of the head, to the right of the head,
Correct.
and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And on the back of the body, you made some observations, is that right?
Correct.
And you note those observations then by making a mark on the back where you saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
All right. The photos that you took of Mr. Miu were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe, it's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes. Typically, I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately.
Sure. But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it. What you see on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what
Yes.
the best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes. Typically, if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Miu's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is at about 9:20, correct?
Yes.
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
Correct.
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Miu said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
Correct.
And that might impact what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
Nurse Hopkins, you were asked some questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, a normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Miu, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly elevated. A general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However, it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not because they're so different.
He was on some medications, right?
Yes, it looks like he was on atorvastatin, aspirin, and potassium.
Atorvastatin is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Just, is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Miu has a twin. You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA? If you
Not
know.
typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Miu's statement to you that, quote, "The guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly." Was that something that he volunteered, or was that in response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube. These happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right. Oh. Did you end up taking any photos of his hands?
I did not.
Do you know why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that as you're examining Mr. Miu, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Miu, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Just want to make sure we've got, I think, 3 brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
No, John, this is irrelevant.
You asked about
If it's a medication,
Hold on.
it wasn't taken.
Please come up. All right. Next question, Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Judge. You were asked some questions about what he disclosed about pain. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Okay.
Again, in your experience dealing with victims of violence, in your experience, sometimes the pain is acute at that time, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes the pain might come later, correct?
Correct.
And some of that might be because of the body's response to the trauma that they suffered, correct?
Correct.
The body might be doing things to protect them from feeling that pain in that moment, correct?
Yes.
And the pain might come later, correct?
Yep.
Not unusual in your world, agreed?
Agreed.
And then lastly, you said he made some statements to you. He made some statements in general about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then he made some specific statements about the manner in which he thinks it happened, correct?
Correct.
But what we know is in his general statements to you were, I've been a victim of violence, correct?
Correct.
Somebody attacked me, correct?
Correct.
Ask and answer, Judge. We've been down this road.
Sustained. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. You are finished. You may step down.
Thank you.
Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next. I'll leave those on the table. Perfect, thank you. Mr. Smestad, who's the next witness?
I think we're going to be swapping positions here, Judge, if you can give us a minute.
We call Investigator John Schultz.
Investigator, please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
It's John Schultz, last name spelling Shilts.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
I can. Specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous courses geared towards investigators and detectives.
And are you trained in doing processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K9, honor guard, dive team, an operator for our ERU team, crisis negotiator, to name a few.
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
As far as witnesses that have testified, I spoke with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Alex Vang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis, name, date of birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang, and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you, you heard you were here for Sally Standard's testimony. Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video? Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were those done?
At Regions Hospital.
And who'd you speak with there?
At Regions, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence?
We did.
Including actually in the water?
Correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, so part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second, on average.
I want to ask you about Larion Davis. So did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
And you were here when it was played in court, that video?
Yes.
And is that the video? Is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
I did not, no.
Did you follow up? Did law enforcement follow up with Larion to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred or version?
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we recovered his phone. We learned that Larion's phone had water damage and that it was sent to an Apple facility in Indiana. We acquired a search warrant to obtain that. We did get that. I got the phone back. Part of my duties, I do extractions on electronics to include cell phones, and I was not able to get an extraction from his device. Because I couldn't do that, we also utilized other methods, including search warrants to his cell phone provider, Snapchat, as well as iCloud, in an attempt to get that video.
Were you ever able to get the original video?
We were not.
And did you do anything to see if you could try to get the video enhanced or cleaned up so it would go from distorted to more like how a normal video would look from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was sent to MOCIC, which is, I believe it's Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center. They offer a lot of resources to a number of law enforcement agencies. They have a lot more resources than most agencies can afford. One of those things that they can do is assist law enforcement with videos, photographs, things of that nature. So I sent it to them.
And did you get back another version of the video?
I did.
Did it look like a normal cell phone video?
No.
Is MOIC
No.
still blurry?
Correct.
Was and what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
I'm just going to pull up Exhibit 2 so the jury can see the difference between the two videos. Wrong exhibit. It's going to be 21, Judge.
I had planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
No. This is just...
And welcome back to our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our gavel to gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You see there St. Croix County lead sheriff's investigator John Schiltz on the witness stand. I've taken some questions on our social media channels about this investigator being in the courtroom the whole time. He's been sitting next to the prosecution team, including St. Croix County District Attorney Carl Anderson. And by rule, the case lead investigator is allowed to be there, is allowed to take in everybody's entire testimony. The lead investigator has a very specific role once they are called to testify, and that's what you are seeing is the lead investigator will string the entire case together, fill in any holes, explain how evidence was collected, what happened, and typically the very, very end of a state case. I will point out Lieutenant Brandy Hart is one other member of the Sheriff's Office team. Lieutenant Hart did the actual interrogation with Nicolae Miu. We got into some questions there with Miu and the examining nurse. But Miu gave a lengthy description, told his story once he was under arrest at the jail to Lieutenant Brandy Hart. My question right now, and I just don't have the answer, is does Brandy Hart come separately? Because the interrogation is so important. The state feels that Miu lied throughout the interrogation, made up stories about taking the knife off combatants or his attackers that day. And they want to exploit that at this end to show his response to this whole thing. This was not somebody who immediately gave up, who turned himself in, who explained the full story. They feel he lied to authorities and probably contributed to the ultimate charging decision here. With that, I do want to bring in our criminal defense attorney, Marsh Hallberg, Criminal Defense. Marsh, you and I were texting back and forth there. Typically, the lead investigator is the very, very, very end of a state's case. Under these circumstances, do you think Investigator Schultz could be the last witness the state calls?
Boy, I'm surprised by this at this fast a pace on this. Yeah, they might just decide to have this be their cleanup batter, right? Their finish to bring it all in. I know the other investigator had a lot of information and they can try to piece that in, but they've got an awful lot of that in already. And again, I keep coming back to, you've got the video to tell you the story. A lot of the window dressing before and after, they've also been able to fill that in. So they could try to say that's it. And sometimes the state will try to throw off the defense by when they're going to finish, because the court judge could well say, we'll break. If this was the last witness, they could say, we're breaking early for lunch. Defense, be ready to rock and roll here. Come back at 1 o'clock, ready to go. And they may have been thinking they're not on until at least tomorrow.
Let me ask you something we learned this morning. It was from the nurse who examined Nicolae Miu when he is in custody at the jail. She's taking swabs. She's documenting injuries on his body. That she is told in that moment by Miu, she believes it's while looking at his hands for any abrasions, injuries on Nicolae Miu's hands in the aftermath of this fatal encounter. And then she says in her report that he told her, quote, a guy pulled a knife on me. I turned his wrist and twisted it into his belly. Clearly that's not seen in video and no evidence. Is that what took place here? We know it's his knife. We heard in defense openings it was his knife. They're owning it now. How important as a defense attorney like you are to repair some of the damage Miu did to himself, really, when initially confronted by law enforcement? How concerned are you hearing that he told that nurse in that moment something like, I turned the knife on one of these aggressors? Your thoughts?
Yeah, that concerns me greatly, right? This isn't even a cop that he's talking to, right? It's in a medical situation. This nurse is very non-threatening, friendly, accommodating, an environment not to do that. You always try to take the sting out of that. The defense attorney did that in the opening statement, where he just says he lied, he panicked, he said things out of context that were wrong, tries to lighten that, assuming that Miu testifies, which he will. They're going to hit that right on and say, isn't it true that that's not true? And then why did you say that? And they will, again, have worked through that over and over. They'll have asked that to Mr. Miu in practice. Did you say that? Was that a lie? Why did you lie? And he will have his answers for that. And then the defense will get up at the end and say, absolutely, that was not a true statement. He panicked. That's a normal thing to do. You have the video. We'll show you why we think it was reasonable for him to think he was in a life-threatening situation.
What does this case look like without that video?
It's so different, doesn't it, Paul? I mean, yeah. It just comes back to, just think, for all of us that have been watching this, just imagine you were basing your testimony only on what was said on that stand, if there was no video or photographs to tell the story. And it can cut both ways, right? The advantage for the government is they have 5, 6, 7, 8 people that are all going to put a spin on this about it. A madman was charging at them over and over again. And Miu is kind of on a situation where he's kind of on his own. We had the one gentleman testify last Friday about that, but I think the video is, that's the whole case. Between that and the defendant's testimony, it's the whole case. Because really, and this isn't to minimize at all what the government did. They've done a good job. They put in all the pieces of the puzzle. But then it's going to be the jury wanting to replay and relook at that video over and stop it and look at the photographs.
And Marsh, I don't know if I'd ask you maybe to think about a case you've tried recently. I don't know, we haven't talked about this off camera, whether you've had something where the cell phone video or a video clip is just so critical. How do you feel both sides have done with the screenshots? I remember at the beginning, I think we were told there are 4,800 individual frames. And I think you've seen during witnesses, obviously, there's one photo we have. I don't know if our producer, Ryan, could call it up quickly. But basically, that last frame before the stabbing of Isaac Schuman, we believe we see Isaac's hands around his neck, Miu's neck. And the use of frame by frame, to tell the story. Because the video happens fast. It's 3 minutes, 20 seconds. It's all over the place. It's chaotic. It's confusing. But the use of the still frames, has it been effective for both sides? Has one side used it better to their advantage? I'm just wondering sort of what your observations have been thus far.
Yeah, I think they both done a good job. I think the jury is smart enough. We've all recognized that where we've seen photographs of people, including newscasters, right, where it's a still frame where we all have a goofy expression or something, an expression that's not consistent with the rest of the video. So, I mean, look at that picture right there. That's a powerful, and the look on Miu at that point, I think, is really good for him. What both attorneys will likely do in closing is they'll put up a photograph like this, and they will hold it up on the screen for a significant period of time, a half a minute, as they talk about it, and just let that image burn into them, and they'll remind them what photo number that is. And then they'll bring up another one, and they'll let it up there, and they'll let it burn into their memory for 30 seconds, a half a minute, and remind them about that. And then those are the ones you want them to make sure that they remember when they go back.
Because you just would not see that in real time at all. The video unfolds so quickly, but to really, for the defense, it's a very powerful photo if you're going to claim self-defense here. Marsh, before my next question, because that photo came in this morning during Owen Peliquin's testimony, I just want to go back. Some of our viewers might have missed him. He is a dear friend of Isaac Schuman. He's on the river tubing with the so-called Schuman group, one of the Stillwater teenagers that's out on the river that day. And he testified about what he saw, what he witnessed, his observations. And in case you missed him, he was on the stand right around 8 a.m. Let's go back and play a little bit of his testimony. We'll come back and ask you a question about Owen's testimony.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say that you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Judge.
Could you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless, like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an honest answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife, and I tried to pull some people back.
So, Marsh, hopefully you heard that on your end. I know sometimes our connections aren't great with the playing back of prior testimony, but that was under direct examination. Owen Peliquin, he talked about laughing at him, meaning laughing at Miu on cross. He would admit that they were taunting Miu. How important are these recollections? I mean, we keep going back that the video is the video is the video, and that's going to show the jury what was going on. But how did you see Owen Peliquin's testimony cutting for the two sides?
Well, again, in that clip, I thought he did a really nice job. I thought he got just too argumentative on cross-examination, that he just he didn't want to admit to just the most basics, like that it was taunting. As you recall, they had to show him pictures of that and kind of nudge him or into that direction. So I thought he did a good job. But again, the video, as you just said, and that is what you're going to come down to. If I was a defense attorney, part of what I'd point out again in closing is it's easy for us to sit here for a week or two and just analyze and reanalyze this video and do freeze frames and, tenth of a second by tenth of a second developments. But you have to realize how quickly paced it was, and Miu had to make decisions in a moment.
So critical to hear what Nicolae Miu was thinking in that moment for those seconds, because he doesn't even say anything to the kids for the most part. So there's not even testimony about verbally, that puts us in his mind even close. So Miu's testimony make or break the case as it relates, obviously, the video as well. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, Marsh. We'll see you at lunchtime. We'll go back into Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom in Hudson, Wisconsin. You can see there the parties are standing as this jury comes back into court. Reminded there are 14 of them, 2 alternate jurors, 12 will ultimately deliberate Miu's fate. We go back to...
All right, we're back on the record with the attorneys, Mr. Miu and 14 jurors. We are ready to resume. Mr. Anderson, are you ready?
Yes.
Video? Go ahead and play it. Investigator Schultz, please retake the witness stand.
Investigator Schultz, so this bottom one, would that be the original video you got from Larry and Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna open it up, Judge, and just go through a few frames so the jury can see the comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Then this resized one is the one you got from MOCIC?
Correct.
Were there any items that were turned in as found from civilians that turned out to have some connection to the case?
Yes, there was.
Was one of those a cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the owner of the cell phone?
I was. When I received the cell phone, again, part of my job is doing cell phone extractions. I took the SIM card out of the phone and recognized it as belonging to T-Mobile. So I contacted T-Mobile, provided them with identifying numbers on that SIM card, and I learned the phone belonged to Ariel.
And was another item that was turned in a pocket knife?
Yes.
And can you just, what brand pocket knife was it?
Tactical Gears.
And was there somebody that was interviewed that described having lost a Tactical Gears knife on that day on the river?
Yes, Mr. Baldozo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name.
Would that be the husband of the nurse, Andrea, who testified?
It would be, yes.
So, are you aware that that Nicolae said in his interview that one of the boys had a kitchen knife?
I am.
And was a kitchen knife located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
At the hideaway.
May I approach?
Yes.
So this is Exhibit 25A, the river map. So the incident is here, kitchen knife was found here.
Yes.
Did you review body cam regarding, for the time that the kitchen knife was found?
I did.
Was it discussed over the radio?
It was.
Was Nicolae in custody at that time?
Yes.
And were the officers around him wearing radios?
They were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I spoke with, or I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
There were not.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular, I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize. We pay for software, and I can plug the phone into a box, which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data. It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything, and really there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics are electronics. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
When you do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison? Well, did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them, she was told not to worry about it?
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to?
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame-by-frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original, or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame-by-frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame-by-frames, to landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the general location of where the person taking the video, in this case Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain?
Correct.
Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to that area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out, from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No.
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions, I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay. Approach?
Yes, you may.
This is marked as Exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, is the bridge on this map?
No.
Okay. So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map cuts off?
Yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of closer to the sandbar?
Where it was deeper? Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been?
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
Okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
It varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
Lower thigh. And depending on where it was, again, like,
Sure. And you said when you're out there, you're taking photos.
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is Exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I'd move to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through, this is 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to keep scrolling. So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags we're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame-by-frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was, and I could continue to the next spot.
And from this is how you came up with those locations on that map, Exhibit 89?
Yes.
Okay. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Troffici?
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across your desk?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You, in terms of your background, you are, or have been, involved in the crisis negotiation team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations, in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Beldozo. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Beldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Beldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right, on the 30th?
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene? and then fell and dropped it?
I've watched a lot of the body cam, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
You're not?
I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage, you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when it was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but.
Oh, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
You also mentioned that in your, I guess, training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
You make contact with, I think you said, I'm not saying in which order, but you make contact with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, and Alex Vang, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Miu?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had contact with her, I think, 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been an officer?
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Croix County for 16 years this month. 3 of that was in dispatch, 3 was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you'd write that down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see on either one of your contacts with her on that day anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember her testimony saying that her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe, yes.
Okay. You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember her saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says any bruise. The question was any bruise. She said a little yellow.
Okay, yes, sir.
Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, if a physical injury shows up later, capture that for us. We'd like that.
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay, but was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are a forensic examiner of cell phones.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me, is there a difference in when you do these extractions between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes, unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted, yes.
Okay. And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And in your review of what you saw on the document review of Madison Cohen, there's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct. During that time frame when she said it was taken, correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct. There showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying, I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture to her mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason that you want to look at mom's phone is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word. Neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't
relates
understand.
to Madison's picture of her face.
Correct, yes.
And nothing in her deleted images which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter. Right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this, you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can. And can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it, yes. But no, if there was a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo, and they said, don't worry about it. That's not something you would say, right? Like,
We
don't
did
worry
say
about
don't
it.
worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
No, you would, in a homicide case, you would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on, right?
Correct, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC,
Yes.
do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and actually, this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen, and they said there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video.
I'm
So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone,
Yes.
you giving that to this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones. They might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, Magnet Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
Okay. You were asked questions about when you saw Owen, Ryan, and Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
it can.
Okay. And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's okay. And do you think it would be knowing, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Isaac Schuman's alcohol concentration was?
I don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
You know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You know that he was illegally intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
Okay. If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes. The majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right, so if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Peliquin today said that Mr. Miu told him that, right?
Yes.
Owen Peliquin never told you that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT team, member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
Okay. And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Have you been, sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event? Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes.
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you, you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf-deep water, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So, especially if you get knocked unconscious, you can drown in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulders or up to your chest or up to your waist. You don't need to be in that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Miu was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard for the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Ms. Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Miu say that at some points there the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river, at various points as you move downriver, becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
So is that true? The direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as a lead investigator, were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Done, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you said that you saw a body cam of him with the knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
Exhibit 51. It's a flash drive. Just because our map is cut off there and you're asked about the spot by the bridge, I want to pull up Lieutenant Coleman's presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, can we have the screen, please? Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge, visible on that image on the right?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it, where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
And to the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one, or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
Okay. And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi?
Do you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the photos.
Okay. And in terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes.
Right, so, I mean, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
Correct, yes.
You've heard other people explain what they observed. between Mr. Miu and Madison Cohn as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess projectile relevance with this witness. I don't know what he can answer about what he said.
Well, overruled. I mean, it was said in court. Let's continue.
You've heard that, right?
Yes, some have said that.
Okay. And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
That's it, Judge. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, investigator. You can step
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Another good morning from the Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial over there in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. We have taken our lunch break. I know the judge excused the jury at this moment, thinking 11:45. It's a little early. That would be the best time to take a break. We're just kind of keeping an eye on the camera court feed as sometimes the two sides and the judge discuss what to look forward to this afternoon, who might be left, how close the state is, frankly, to wrapping up their case. It's that was just the chief investigator on the case, John Schultz, as some of you have been with us throughout. He's been in that courtroom every step of the way, sitting right next to District Attorney Carl Anderson and his team. He is allowed to do that. The chief investigator has a very specific role in a case like this, where they come in at the very end to answer questions, to tie the state's entire case together, also to fill in any loose holes that might need explaining. In that testimonies went back and forth. I think about the depth of the river. The defense had some questions about, what points. It sounds like Investigator Schultz went into the river a couple of times and noted depths, and that at some point it got a little bit deeper, and defense making a point that someone can drown in 6 inches of water if they are knocked unconscious or otherwise unconscious. So we heard about that. We also heard about a couple of other knives that were found in the river in the immediate aftermath during the police investigation. One, a kitchen knife found in another location, and that Miu would subsequently tell investigators that one of the kids had a kitchen knife, but it sounds like no one believes that was otherwise connected to the deadly encounter. And then, as you know, the nurse, Baldazzo, Andrea Baldazzo, her husband lost his knife during the incident, and you heard the questioning there about, did he lose it running to the scene? Did he lose it afterwards? We just don't know, but law enforcement did recover 2 knives. With that, I am told our criminal defense attorney and legal analyst, Marsh Hallberg, is back with us, helping us out today to understand what we're seeing, answer some questions we have. Marsh, I thought we might get a little bit of crosstalk between the parties and the judge there. The lead investigator on this case testified he's done, Both sides got a chance to grill him. Would the state have another witness, or could that be a wrap on their case in chief?
Man, it could be a wrap, right? Good. Again, the pace of this today is really kind of surprising me. I thought we'd be at least going through tomorrow on the state's case.
And so, Marsh, the one question this has left me, as I've kind of indicated to our viewers, is this interrogation that I think is critical, and what Mr. Miu tells law enforcement in the immediate aftermath after his arrest. He sits down at the jail and has a conversation, interrogated by Lieutenant Brandy Hart. And what he says during that interrogation, I think, is critical about, him, making up stories. I mean, we heard it during the one nurse testimony that he turned the knife around on somebody who pulled it on him. Clearly, the video does not show that. That has not come in yet. Could the state be holding on to that in some sort of, I don't want to call it a gotcha moment, but when he eventually testifies, that's sort of when it comes in for impeachment purposes? Or would you suspect the investigator who sat down and had that conversation with him, would you suspect she comes to the witness stand for the state after lunch?
Yeah, let's kind of give a little framework for this if we can. The general rule is we've all heard of what hearsay is. We've heard objection hearsay, or TV shows hearsay. And hearsay is defined as an out-of-court statement offered for its truth. So generally, you can't call witnesses to say, somebody else told me something last week or last year or outside of today in this courtroom. So generally, those things don't come in, but there are lots and lots of exceptions to that rule. And one of those things is an exception called declarations against interest, which is a fancy way of saying that for a defendant to say anything, even from his name on, is against his own interest of remaining silent. So generally, if a defendant gives a statement, or more than one statement, written, recorded, whatever it is, you can bring that into trial in the state's case, regardless of whether the defendant testifies or doesn't testify. So you can bring that in. It's generally always been, I was a prosecutor 26 years before going to the defense side, and generally I'd always bring that in the main case. And I still would think they would want to do that, because if for some reason you didn't testify, again, very unlikely, 99% chance he's coming on board. But if he didn't testify, then that's not coming in. So you want to make sure you get that into evidence. And the worst that happens for the state is the jury hears it twice. So they hear it through someone that takes a statement, they play it, and then Miu testifies, and they can replay clips of that again for the jury who will be familiar with it, because they say, oh, we just heard that yesterday. Now we're going to hear pieces of it again, and where he doesn't say things, or he lies about things, or he misstates things. And they will have that all, they'll really organize that. They will have people that have looked or listened to that statement of Miu over and over and over again, and look for every inconsistency, what point it's at in the video, and play those, and just go one after another and go right through them.
And I do want to point out for our viewers, as we talk about that interrogation, it is an interrogation, and the elements, the footage that was recorded of it, the statement itself. The defense did try to keep it out of evidence in a pretrial filing, basically citing that he had asserted his right to an attorney in that moment. Before the questioning began. He would, I don't have the filing before me, Marsh, I certainly don't want to put you on the spot on it, but he basically had said, when do I get an attorney? Do I get access to an attorney? When does the attorney come to talk to me? Had asked those kinds of questions, but never specifically asserted, I am done talking to you, get me an attorney now. So the judge is allowing the entirety of the interrogation to come in. And while we play that body camera footage from Cogfield, Marsh, there'll be a question on the back, and I just want to read you a portion of why this interrogation would be so critical to come in for the state. Again, this is Nick in his own words, talking to Lieutenant Brandy Hart. Quote, Nick told me that he feared for his life. Nick said that when the group started hitting him, and two of the individuals pointed a smaller knife at him, I thought that was it for me, Nick said. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, meaning Nick said, I took the knife from one of the young kids. I asked Nick what he did with the knife, and he said, I don't know. I asked Nick if the knife made contact with someone, and he said he didn't remember. Nick said that the group of people was so close to him. Nick told me that one kid had the smaller knife in his hand, so Nick said he grabbed the individual's arm, twisted it, and I, quote, poked him with his own hand. So, I mean, clearly that is not truth. That is not true. I just, at some point, the state has to reference that type of statement to this jury, right? That is what he was trying to tell authorities in the immediate aftermath?
Yeah, because the way the state will spin that will be, Miu didn't know of the video. So he thought he could lie his way out of this thing and create a self-defense thing right there, that it was their knife. And now that he's kind of caught in his lie, because we've got the video showing the knife in his hand early on, that now he's stuck with his lies. And there are about 5 or 6 misstatements in what you just read. And they'll break each of those down. Sir, that was a lie. This was a lie. This was a lie. And they'll go through them over and over again.
How repairable is that? If you're sitting with Nicolae Miu at your table, you're defending him, how repairable is his story? And again, that's just one element of it that I just read.
Well, what the defense will argue is, you're right, those are all lies, but you've got the video. So there's no question as to exactly what happened, how he went down in the water a couple of times, the number of people on one. They'll make a laundry list as to why they, and again, we're doing it in hindsight, it's always 2020, that he, maybe he wasn't as threatened as we might think today, sitting in the safety of a courtroom, in the environment of a bunch of big football playing drunk, obnoxious kids. You don't know. So they'll try to spin it all that way.
If that was the last witness, Investigator Schultz, just to wrap up the state's case, and they do leave this out for now to wait to see Nicolae Miu testify the next day or two as the defense takes over, what would you expect to happen after lunch? Will the defense move for an acquittal, and then the state would formally rest? Again, we just don't know if the state has other witnesses, but what could happen after lunch if in fact Schultz is the last witness?
Well, I think they will call another witness, at least because maybe that's what they'll end on, all the lies of the defendant. And they'll let that sit there, and they won't expect the defense to start yet today. So they might leave, they might stop early today, 3 o'clock or something. And they'll let the jury just brew on that all tonight and all into tomorrow, and let that kind of bake in for what they do. It's also interesting just procedurally for our listeners that you'll see how smoothly a lot of these exhibits go in. They'll move like Exhibit 84, and it had dozens and dozens of photos as the subcategories of that exhibit. They just go, no objection. Before this trial started, the judge made those lawyers sit down and look through every piece of evidence they were going to possibly enter and say, is there a foundational expert? That is, does it come in is there an objection to this, that it's really a valid photo, or it's really a valid phone record or a medical record or whatever it is? They'll work that all through so that we're not spending lots of wasted time bringing in, what's called a custodian of the records, somebody at a hospital that keeps the medical records, or a custodian of a cell phone record, or we're speeding through all of that. And that's just a real good move to do for both sides. Saves a lot of time and confusion for everybody.
And I guess another witness we technically have not heard from at this point would be a medical examiner. We obviously heard the surgeon who dealt with the stabbing survivors. We haven't heard exactly,
so
what.
Probably 2 more witnesses at least.
Yeah. So that could happen this afternoon. What was the other question? I wanted to play the nurse's soundbite. Let me get to that in a second. But Marsh, just out of curiosity, we talked about Miu taking the stand. You've had a guy in jail for 2 years now. He's basically waited all this time to tell his story. What has the last 24, 48 hours looked like between him and his defense attorney? Obviously, I'm thinking of, just coming out of the weekend and really preparing him for really his life is, it's not a death penalty case in Wisconsin. It's a life imprisonment conviction. But what is happening between him and his attorneys as he prepares for this moment?
Well, generally, they would have really tried to prep him hard before this week, because they want to be able to say, look, buddy, we are in the battle now. And every night, we don't want to be worried about you being prepared. We want to be worried about what's our cross-examination for the state's witnesses tomorrow. And so we want to spend the night, the 2 lawyers getting together, maybe with a clerk or paralegal, going, okay, who's coming up tomorrow? What points do we want to make sure we list? Do we have all the electronics ready to show video clips? We don't want to worry about running back to the jail and sitting in custody, trying to work with you on how you answer a question. So you might really not even have much contact with him during the trial.
Interesting.
Let
me just play back that Ashley Hoffman. This is the nurse in the jail who is checking Miu out for injuries, and then she notes that he tells her at some point he was faced with a knife and turned it around, and and twisted the wrist into his attacker's belly. I know we spoke about it, but in case some of our viewers, it's his lunch hour. Mr. Testimony, let's go back and listen to a few minutes. This is Ashley Hoffman on the stand here.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like that.
Did you see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by a suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Miu make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Do you see any bruising or cuts?
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
Right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
So that's Nurse Ashley Hoffman again testifying about her interactions with Nicolae Miu in the aftermath there, documenting some bumps and bruises and abrasions he had suffered. Marsh, as we hit the lunch hour and we take it with this jury, anything game-changing in your opinion in this case from this morning's testimony?
No, I think, the point the state's going to make is, again, that he's lying about turning the knife around. The defense is going to say he saw this as a medical exam. It wasn't his time to give all nuances and details of how the attack played out in his own mind. So the fact he didn't say this, didn't say that, wasn't the time or place to do that. Regardless of what he says, the government at the end is going to say this guy's had 2 years to think about what he wants his defense to be. And so today, it's flavor of the month. He's going to claim the self-defense with some new facts because he got caught in the bald-faced lie about the knife being the other kid's knife. So that's what they're going to do to try to discount his testimony, and that obviously he has the motive to testify because he's facing felony murder charges. Tactically, one thing we don't maybe have to talk about right at this point is, but the state, like you can do in Minnesota, you can amend cases right up to the close of the trial. So although we have murder 1 here, you can argue, gosh, should this maybe be a lower level or some kind of a manslaughter, a reckless act that causes death, something like that. And the state can well move to try to add additional charges before the case goes to the jury.
From where I sit, Marsh, it certainly feels like that would be an appropriate thing that the state probably is looking at right now, a reckless type homicide in the state of Wisconsin. I don't think they do the manslaughter statute, but right. Yeah, I'm on board with you. It would given everything that's come in so far, to charge us exclusively at that first-degree intentional homicide count. Some could view that as sort of overcharging it. Before we say goodbye at lunch, I do have just one more question, because there's been a lot of breath exhausted on this issue today on whether there's the blonde girl who has the first interaction. It's basically the physical altercation that everybody says ignites the sort of the combative nature of that 25-second encounter. And that is this photograph that may be on Madison's phone, maybe on her mom's phone, maybe erased. Maybe there was some documentation of a puffy face. Does that matter? If someone can miraculously find this photo in time to show that she's a little bumped or bruised, would that do anything for this case for either side?
Whether she's pushed or shoved, I think it's the whole punch thing that shows maybe a real high level of aggression if they jury were to believe that she was actually punched. But again, that's nobody's gonna be able to prove that.
Yeah. Marsh Hallberg, thank you so much. We'll see you this afternoon. Perhaps by that point, we will get to the close of the state's case. I know you think there are at least a couple more witnesses to come. With that, and we take this lunch break with the jury, why don't we go back and listen to Owen Peliquin's testimony from this morning. He is the last tuber in the Isaac Schuman group to take the stand, a teenager in Stillwater, out tubing with his good friend Isaac and Jawan. Ryan Nelson and Alex Vang, and he was on the stand right at 8 a.m. So if you missed that, let's go back to Owen Peliquin first, his direct examination, and then we'll pick up Miu's legal team's cross of Owen Peliquin from this morning.
Owen Peliquin.
How do you spell your last name?
P-E-L-O-Q-U-I-N.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
Did you know a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
A lot, probably 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we hadn't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
All right. Did you ride to the river with Alex Vang?
Yeah, we all rode together in Al's van.
You rent tubes?
Yeah.
Got on the river?
Mm-hmm.
Said yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Were you drinking that day?
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Cháguez.
Cháguez.
Correcto.
Can I call you by Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know
Yes.
this man over here?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's this?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick Miu.
Nick Miu.
How long have you known Nick Miu?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Do you, did you work with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Emi.
Emmy.
Up here, is this a picture of you and Amy?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side,
Rosy.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
Yeah. Sí.
Anybody else family?
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
It's my best friend.
You're at his house, he's at your house?
Please, for the interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
Sí.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien necesita ayuda.
Because
Él está ahí para ayudar.
he's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me about some of those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix things
Usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things. And he used the knife. Sorry.
Want to ask you some questions about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
Sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Miu that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you ask Nick to bring?
Que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And when you say his, just start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And Why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no podíamos, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todos las balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
Nick.
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Miu having a knife?
No razón ninguna.
No, there is no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him at work, worked with him.
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say you've had opportunities to observe his character. Would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Miu has a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí.
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
Sí.
Yes.
You see the picture there, I think it's 26. Sorry. 12A. Do you see that big photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? You see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
Sí.
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have it. In 12A, he doesn't have a hat, but on 110, he does have a hat. Would you agree?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
No.
No.
Was he, when he had on his goggles and snorkel, was he wearing sunglasses?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
No, really, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono. Yo le dije que se olvidara el teléfono, que se subiera a la balsa, y él dijo, no, I go to find her. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
No, we didn't stop. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, I'm going to look for the phone. And I said, no, don't go. And then he said, I'm going to go look for it.
The he you're referring to is Nick Miu?
Correcto.
Did you eventually?
Correct.
Did you eventually see Nick go look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
Bueno, pienso que él se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de esas que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12A, that photo, do you see some people have lanyards with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them?
Sí.
Yes.
You even see Ariel and Gilma right there, the same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
Is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down. When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you look for the phone at all?
No.
No.
Were you sitting in the tube, standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Sí,
Yes.
You ever, you know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
sí,
Yes.
If you guys must hang out together as a couple often. Or as couples.
sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overall. En ese día, no entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. When Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Sí,
Yes.
Had you ever, prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water, did he appear to be snorkeling and looking for the phone? Or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastantes. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So, on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No. Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
After when they was in the water, estuvo en el agua, no. Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
And it sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so, if we're on the river, you're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Ujú.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what had happened is behind Nick by the time he's walking to you. Agreed?
Antes,
You mean before?
repite la pregunta, por favor.
Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to
Yes.
ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
que yo le dije que regresara.
That I told him to come back.
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group, or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro.
I'm not sure.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you in your group, or you focus your... Do you see somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So, do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
Dedo que no apuntaba.
Pointing with with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
Iba pasando.
He was going by me.
By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen. Stay there, stay there, stay there.
I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea.
I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
Porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí, o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk.
Because the person pointing,
hacia mí.
because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
Bueno, yo lo que traté de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro.
I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
And you thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco.
He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Nunca.
Never.
Did he look like he was scared then?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people, because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group, you just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, sí, correcto, sí.
No,
No sabía qué había pasado.
I mean, yes, it's correct, because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So.
Right.
Did Nick stay then with the group at the tubes? Did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you or make any motions to, or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada, ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything, no words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated back down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue un buen rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá, hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was.
mundo empezó a bajar.
The interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema, que hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people, and they were telling people to move, and to continue.
And based upon what you saw then, you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, it continued to be quiet?
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
So, recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde o alguien que estaba cortando las sogas de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we crossed, we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así, íbamos pasando por aquí, vieron el grupo de nosotros.
They were over here, and we were on the other over here. And then they approached the group of where we were.
And when they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿Los policías?
The policemen.
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tienes que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
Sí.
Yes.
Caminó normal.
He was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
We were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone.
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él era la segunda vez.
We have, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed?
Please repeat for the interpreter.
The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have, do you know?
Probably like 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No.
No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know.
And good afternoon again from our Fox 9 streaming center. You are watching the hour gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You were listening into testimony from last week. That was Nicolae Miu, good friend, dear friend Ernesto Torres Chaguez. But now we return you to live courtroom proceedings. Still the state's case in chief.
We are back on the record.
We will see if they have another witness to call right
Mr.
here.
Miu is present along with 14 jurors. Mr. Smestad, do you have a witness? Deputy, please come forward. It's been a couple days, so we'll re-administer the oath. The clerk will do so now.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
I would state your name for the record.
Deputy Benjamin Trebian,
Who do you work for?
St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Did you testify last week in this matter?
I did.
Do you recall testifying that you interviewed Ernesto Torres as part of your duties in this matter?
Yes.
What day and where did that interview take place?
It occurred day on the river. It occurred below the Somerset Bridge in Village Park where the tubing exit is.
Did you record that interview on your body camera?
I did, yes.
Mr. Torres, meaning Ernesto Torres, give you some information about what he heard and saw that day?
Yes.
Were you present in the courtroom when he testified, I believe on Friday?
I was not.
Are you aware of some of the things he said?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Deputy Trebian's body cam of the interview with Ernesto Torres, starting at 2:35.
Let us know when you're ready.
All right, what's your name? Ernesto. You spell that for me?
E-R-T.
One second.
Anybody that's available if they want to come down to the
E-R-T.
E-R-N-E-S-T. Oh, Ernesto.
Ernesto. Do you have any ID or anything on you?
Yeah,
8111, 8816, I'll head over there.
It's my...
Is it in your cooler?
8111.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Go ahead.
No, my ID.
We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigative resources to assist.
Okay.
Over here at the incident location, we have a lot of witnesses here also.
Okay.
10-4, 22 has turned on, and dispatch, can you send a TTY to Polk County? They have 2 investigators that are...
Can I see her ID too?
Who?
Is it your wife?
No, this is my wife, that one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister?
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
Take my wife out over there.
Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk to you over here.
Yeah.
Northwest, but they need an option for 8222 dispatch, 1041, they're all Somerset.
Number 8222.
All right. Can you kind of tell me what's going on today?
So we was outside, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend looked at the phone. You know what I mean? And he's going all the way by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it.
Yep.
He's looking by the phone in the river because we stand here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking for the phone, and he was said he's in trouble. What do you mean trouble? I saw people attack him.
People to stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You can cancel the rave.
I go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, and right away the problem. He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket.
Right.
He got a knife for carry the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave. Cancel
And,
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here
and being transported
with blood.
We still have Ava 6
And
here on
he
scene.
was here. He said, they taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I crossed, not too close, on the middle of the river, he said, get out of there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife. That's it.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with the knife?
No.
No?
No, because that's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
They punched him. He told me they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
It was like right here, outside by the rock.
Yep.
By the rock, they punched it.
Yep. Where were they
Put in the
punching?
water.
Where were they punching him on his body?
He punched him, I don't know, in the face or here. They punched him down. And when he get out, that's when I tell him, get out there, because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he says, they're taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because that's what I say. They say they're taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. And one lady in the middle of the river with the blood too.
What does his knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a...
So like a pocket knife, it folds out?
Yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it?
You can get it.
Thank you.
That's so weird, because we never have problem, never. He's this guy, we always, no problem, nothing, but a bunch of
How do you
people-
know him?
Oh, he's working with me for 20 years.
He works for you?
Yeah, we work together and we friends for many years. We never have any problem.
I have all of his information.
And
Do you
that's
need anything else
weird.
on this one?
He said,
Okay, we're stopping at Nicolae. So, Deputy, if Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick Miu never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate?
No.
On the small clip that we watched, did you count how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his knife?
In that portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
When you were talking to him, well, first off, this interview, this occurred right after Nick Miu was taken into custody.
Yes.
During that interview, did he ever say anything like someone tried to follow Nick up the river?
No.
Did he ever say something like somebody approached him and he was pointing at him and he yelled at him to get back?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Trophacy?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience, can sometimes people who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Miu being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right, and he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview, a bunch of people punching him, I don't know, that's weird. Do you remember that?
I remember the portion of what you're talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently he says that he is telling or saying, get out of there, right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick, was
Okay.
get out of here.
Do you remember a conversation where he tells you that he is do you know if he's saying get out? Because he says it multiple times to you, right? That he says get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything else, which
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm going to switch up with Mr. Attorney here, too.
Carlos de la Cruz.
Judge, I'm going to handle this. We're just not going to change seats.
Sure. Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Since it's been a few days since your last testimony, we will re-administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Carlos de la Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation?
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they were brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where and who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nicolae. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the event that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nicolae, when Nicolae had the bloody knife, did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nicolae.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct, yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nicolae defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told, I think your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot, there were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away, was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Miu. Ariel said, Miu got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
He said, I only saw when they were beating him.
Yes.
So despite your saying that he told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly actually that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Miu. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him questions about Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about Mr. Miu, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801, prior consistent statement.
I'll overrule prior consistent statement. It's also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't know if he said that.
I move to strike.
It doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Ask the question.
I just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct? In
Yes.
Spanish. Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes.
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ariel would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said, correct?
Yes.
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like day he was calm too, Is he a calm person, or does he get angry a lot? You
Judge-
asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
What, just one last quote from page 38 of the transcript. What Ariel never wavered on is saying that I did see that they were beating him up. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick. He didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the words, I didn't see Nick do anything. Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not.
He didn't say those words.
Objection
I'd have to
asked and
read it.
answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
You can't cite anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you just said he did.
If you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you.
I'm not the witness, sir, you are.
You agree? That I'm not the witness, that you're not the witness? Yes, I agree.
You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath, I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words I could not recall if those what were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
I'll move on. Nothing else.
All right. Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. Who is the next witness?
Judge, I think defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses' schedules. The state has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so that we can continue working. So I will say, I think it's worth saying to the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism to see that we can keep moving and get some work done today despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Trapasi.
Judge, we're going to call Investigator Dittman.
I'll go get it. Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Truffesy.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, Dittman.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple of years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
Okay. And in your role as an investigator, is part of your job, interview witnesses, take statements, things that they might tell you?
Yes.
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses who might have some information?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall either yourself or being present with another officer when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Joanne Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Alex Vang, and Landon Weir?
Yes.
You were present for all of those?
Correct.
Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how, sir?
At the time, we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
And do you recall whether or not each one of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded?
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office, is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview, okay?
Okay.
You interviewed Joanne Cockfield. Did Joanne Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Miu that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Miu told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Miu told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nicolae punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed she punched, or Nicolae punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nicolae punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Mr. Vang told you that Mr. Miu slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that he punched her, right?
Sometimes, I guess people classify punch and slap. It's what the person's viewing.
Well, you'd agree a punch and a slap are different things.
They could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me who punched and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you is, you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that Mr. Miu punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through the interviews that we had conducted, that there was punching, and I don't recall exactly who said he had been, or that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down to the water, right?
Correct.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Miu was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
They told you that some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group.
Judge, I'm going to object on leading and also the beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained on leading.
Sustained on, okay. Leading. Would you agree that some people that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu after he was punched?
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you.
Objection leading again.
I'm not.
Let's get the question in first and then make the objection.
You know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct?
Objection leading.
Is that?
It is, but it's harmless in this instance. Overruled.
Is that right?
That'd be accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mr. Anderson?
Any of the interviews you're involved in between any of the interviews? Well, did you interview anyone from the Carlson's group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved with all the interviews with the boys that were with Isaac?
Correct.
And whether, do you remember, we'll start they're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nicolae striking the blonde girl, whether it was a punch or a slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nicolae had punched her, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
He's on hall.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
If everyone else.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the next witness?
Roberto Baldoza.
Mr. Baldozo, please come forward. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Okay.
Mr. Trofasi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Baldazo, and you spell my last name Baldaza, as in zebra, O.
Okay. And Mr. Baldasso, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with?
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin, and a friend of mine and his wife.
And had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay, can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
How would you describe your intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay. If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so you, your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river, is that, would that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
Yeah, we were floating along and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups. We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill and you can order drinks and whatnot. You needed to have cash and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there. Let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. So I started to veer off to the right of the river, and then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank, and that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm gonna just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right. And how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can, is it fair to say you, I think if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that, though. I mean, I could see what's, I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp, it's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, about how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you, in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay. Do you hear what's happening?
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group. Is that a fair?
All I could hear is water rushing.
And if I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing. It looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah. All right. And then you, if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw, like, laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was pursuing her, yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your wife's physical safety?
At first, yes, my wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped, and I went forward, and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jabbed me in the stomach, so I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife, you just don't remember if you opened the blade or not?
Right, because it had jabbed me, so I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative here a bit. She was asking for a chest seal, so later on I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped, but I remember my wife asking for a chest seal, so I turned back to my daughter Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie to make it lengthier, because it was folded over, but I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open, perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isaac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side. So it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much, so I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife?
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in a thought of in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment, where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good, summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion, okay? Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isaac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with, and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
Okay. And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happens where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up, and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it.
Okay.
Then another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, that's the snorkel, that's the snorkel. I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And have you told the police that it was a bunch of guys? And they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you. Do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Objection, Judge, he's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated, he was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
Okay. And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me verbally.
Okay, and was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay, so did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay, if you told the police that you believe that?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him, right?
I don't remember using those words.
Okay. Is it, I want to make sure I understand this, is it, well, I want to put words in your mouth either. Did you or did you not see specifics of what happened with Mr. Miu and any of the people on the river?
No.
Okay. And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube pursuing Andrea or my wife to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag, so could it have been after you got to the shore, actually?
I don't remember cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show him a screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in your...
Yes.
In the back of your shorts?
Yes, let me just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. And it looks like it's on your back side of your hip?
Yes.
And you testified you didn't remember when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over?
Correct.
You agree? Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you?
Correct. That makes sense.
So, was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right, if you remember?
Roughly.
Kind of like...
On the other side of the river.
Yeah, kind of after you came around the bend?
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
Yes.
And was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber? If you know.
That's, no one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, where did he go? Where did he go?
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left, like, from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac after coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer, because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described your knife you lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assumed so. No one actually said they found it, but I assumed they did.
Okay. What kind of knife was it?
It was a knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldazzo. You may step down.
Thank you,
You are
sir.
excused.
We have one more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our ongoing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You just heard the testimony of Roberto Baldazzo, I should say. Of course, he is the husband of Andrea Baldazzo. We met Andrea, the nurse, earlier in the case last week. She testified. She's the trained nurse. Let's hang on here. Judge Waterman's back on the bench. Let's just listen in before I take over here and see if the mics are open. They are open.
Yes, Judge. We had, during the cross-examination of Mr. De La Cruz, I wanted to bring up the fact that during Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which has been marked.
during that recorded interview from August 2nd that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz, the man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick, is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise. To which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 90801 sub 4 sub A sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant, Ariel's testimony, and is offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant, Ariel, that he was fabricating or at an improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Miu's character, but they were attacking his credibility in general. So I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Miu has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we've impeached. And so for those reasons, I think it was relevant and it's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested. They're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as attorney now sitting knowledge under 90801 for A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it. So,
Just briefly, I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument.
Okay. The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use inadmissible character evidence to do so. I had previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive views of Mr. Miu's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Miu's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe have 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Is that what it sounds like the plan?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
we have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
Okay. All right. 2 o'clock, everybody.
So good afternoon again from our Fox 9 streaming center. Again, our continuing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. A little bit of news made right there. Quick mention, the defense has one more witness at the courthouse today. They expect 20 to 30 minutes left of testimony. We're going to come back into session at 2 o'clock, which would mean basically, at least certainly for the jury, sounds like it will be an early day of wrapping up. And as I bring in our legal expert here, Marsh Hallberg Criminal Defense, local criminal defense attorney here in the Twin Cities, a former prosecutor himself, just kind of an interesting juxtaposition, Marsh, if you will, with today's news that the state's final witnesses are not even at the courthouse today as they sort of put the bow on their case in chief. So they have ceased calling witnesses at this point. This is now the defense case. Does this happen at trials? Is this unusual for those of us who don't observe it, the court process quite as much as you are in it? Is this unusual?
It makes you and I look kind of smart from earlier today, Paul, because we talked about this, that we thought they'd wrap early today and nothing. They're going to do some housekeeping issues, but usually the judge is fair enough about saying, okay, when are you ready to go? And they'll line up people to start a certain date or a certain half day, but they don't make you have somebody ready to go right in a minute. So it's not like if the government finished up at 2:30 that they're going to say defense start at 2:45. They're going to give them until tomorrow to start that all up, and they can reassess what order they want to call their people in.
Do you think the jury gets confused? Because isn't there a certain type of question that the case in chief attorneys can ask, that the leading versus factual type questions? And does the jury have to ping pong this back and forth, like who's up here?
Exactly, yeah. There's a couple of kind of confusing things that aren't typical, not wrong, but not typical, in that usually the state calls all of their witnesses, they sit down and shut up, and then the defense gets up and does their whole case. We've had some mixing of things back and forth for convenience. That will happen occasionally. The most common time I usually see that is if they have experts on a technical issue, like how a phone operates or some computer technical thing. You might bring in both experts so they can hear each other testify, because it gets really complicated, and you might let them both sit in the courtroom to hear each other, call them back to back at some point in the case, so that both experts who might be paying a lot of money per hour to be sitting there, so it's cheaper for the state and for the defense. You bring them in back to back and you do that. But here where we jump back and forth is uncommon. The general rule, and if somebody is going to be a witness, the attorney that's going to prep them for trial is going to explain to them the difference between a leading question and a non-leading question. Generally, the concept is that when I call my own witnesses, my own friendly witnesses that are for my side, they're for my guy, that when I put them up, I can't ask them leading questions. The example I like to give people is, if you're my witness, I can't say to you, isn't it true that it's cloudy and rainy outside? I've suggested the answer I want. And then the guy can just say yes or no. And then really, I'm the one testifying. The question has to be open-ended, where I don't suggest the answer that I want. What's the weather like outside? That's an open question, versus isn't it true it's raining? That's a closed question. So generally, when the defense is calling their own witnesses, they have to ask open questions. What's the weather like outside? Unless they can go to the judge and say, Judge, I'm forcing a witness to come in that they don't like me. They don't like my side of the case. And they're not going to be friendly to me. They're not going to work with me. So allow me to be more direct, that I can ask them leading questions. I'll be polite, but let me kind of force the questions through. The way that this has kind of been handled, they stayed in the open, non-leading format, but could have pushed to that if it had gotten more adversarial. We call that being a hostile witness, and we don't mean hostile like jumping up and down and screaming. We just mean hostile in that your interests are adverse or not in line with my side of the case.
What has certainly become a consistent pattern in this case, no matter who is on the witness stand, the poking at people's memories and what was said to law enforcement in the immediate aftermath. In fact, now this afternoon, we have law enforcement coming in to try to clarify what the kids said in that moment. We're watching body camera footage of investigations. I'm thinking of Ernesto Torres there. We saw his body camera footage on scene of the river because he told an investigator in that moment that Nicolae Miu had told him that the kids got his knife out of his pocket, that was said at the moment. But then when he testified last week, he said, no, I never told police that. Do any of these stories and poking holes in what the eyewitness sees in that moment 2 years ago versus today, does this matter? Why are the lawyers so going hard after everybody's, every little nuance of what they told investigators in some type of transcript from an interview back then?
Yeah, because really, it kind of reminds me, Paul, example I give sometimes of how the last 2 minutes of a basketball game can take an hour, because every 10 seconds they're stopping it or fouling or doing something else. Same thing here. We're going through all this minutia and these little bitty details because each side is worried that they forgot some detail that may be important later. And it might be, but most of the time it's not. And I always, when I lecture and I talk with young lawyers, keep it simple, stupid. Don't worry about those little details. Everybody's trying to put a little bit of a spin on their side. I think the jury's going to discount a lot of that. So I get why they're doing it, but we got the video. We got the big pictures. I was surprised with Mr. Baldazzo, if I have his name correct, that the defense was trying to get home the point that when he was talking in the heat of the moment, he was talking about how it was more of a dangerous, attacking kind of a situation. And Mr. Baldazzo wouldn't go there. I didn't mean that. There wasn't really a threat. That's being misconstrued. I thought the defense attorney might come back at that point and play or have him read a few sentences of his prior statement where he did make it sound like it was a lot more threatening to Mr. Miu. And he didn't do that. He just kind of moved on.
And is it possible defense can overplay that type of issue? There's also a guy who's looking for the assailant at the time, with a baseball bat. Kind of, there's been a fair amount of testimony last week about the guy with the baseball bat, as if heightening up, everybody's fear on the river. When you bring in I don't know, you'd have to call Baldazzo there a neutral witness. I know he's called by the defense. The state called his wife, but certainly a neutral witness, and trying to gin up like some fear on the river, and then the witness is like, not so much. Does that come back and backfire as the jury's taking all of this in?
It can, and you got to be careful not to do too much. I mean, really, don't you kind of feel like at this point it's kind of coming down to the video, right, versus Miu's testimony? At the end of the day, I think those are just the two big. 90% of the space is going to be filled by those two issues. It's not all the window dressing all around it.
So what do you tell your students about the window dressing at trial? Is this just, I don't know, a song and dance, or is it important? Because I know as these lawyers form their closing arguments, they'll reference some of these nuggets of information as they take this jury through a final, their final storytelling.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about the dilemma we have is that people watch too much television, right? And the ideas they have about what lawyers have to do in the courtroom. And if they don't do certain things, they're not good lawyers, or it's not a good case or a good defense. And so sometimes we do things more because we think the jury expects us to do it than we really need to. So that's why sometimes we try our trials just to a judge. There are two things in every criminal case that a defendant decides. He's the boss on two things. Does he testify or not testify? And does he have a judge trial or a jury trial? All the other factors in the case, how you try the case, what witnesses you call, what the strategy is, that's all done by the defense lawyers. But the client is the boss on those two issues. And sometimes you try to the judge.
Thank you so much, Marsh. We'll see you at the end of the court day. Right now we're going back into the courtroom. Judge Michael Waterman
please come forward,
is on the bench.
face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're Amanda Torres?
Yes.
Is your husband Ernesto?
Yes.
Do you know this man here to my right?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Nick Miu.
And how do you know Nick?
I've known him for almost 20 years.
How did you get to know him through those 20 years?
Work.
Did you ever socialize with him outside of work?
Yes. Probably the past 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay. You've been to his house?
Yeah.
He's been to your house? You just need to say yes or no
Yes.
verbally, or as opposed to just shaking your, or nodding your head. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about Mr. Miu's character, okay? Do you feel like you know his character?
Yes.
Does he have a character for peacefulness?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay?
Okay.
Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes.
and other friends?
Yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes.
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
Yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with the pool, help setting up the pool and things like that, and that's about it, all I've really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah, yes.
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did, but at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
Okay. At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Miu's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy. Everybody was relaxed. He was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him?
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see, I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what to do?
I didn't really hear much of that conversation. I just knew that he lost it, and Nick said, I'll go find it. I can go find it. And I know Ariel said, don't worry about it.
Okay. Did you see Nick leave to go, in what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
And we'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening downriver between Nick and any other group of people. Would you
No.
agree?
Yes.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say something, right?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him.
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, whoops, sorry, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I have to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay. Prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm going to ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened, yes or no?
yes.
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
Yes,
He gave you an answer.
yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yes.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, how did he appear?
Well, in shock.
What's that?
In shock, just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Okay. Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah, yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
And then you concluded, based upon your knowing him for as long as you had, that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a colloquial person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, any questions?
Yes. So, you told law enforcement Nick wasn't drinking much that day,
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that?
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them?
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No. Not that I know.
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say, I was drinking a lot?
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on the side. I didn't know what his injuries were.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nicolae was in shock, and you determined that because his face was pale and what, not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Was he stiff or rigid or like his body?
I would say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all or anything?
No.
I'm going to show you a video and ask you some questions about it. This is Exhibit 60, or no. So was he like that the whole time you're with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
Okay. This is Exhibit 85. spinning. I apologize, Judge. All right, can we have the monitor, please? Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna have Investigator Schultz do it. All right, I want you to pay attention to Nicolae in this video. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video.
You pause.
Take a video.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah,
And that was after you had left the incident location, right? Doesn't look stiff.
not that I can see, no.
He's leaning
See
back
his
in his,
face.
he's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand.
Mhm, yeah.
Show you another video. And so you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock, so I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body cam of Sheriff Knudsen. I think we're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature?
on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All
I
right.
hear somebody got stabbed.
Um,
And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Agreed, he doesn't look pale or ghostly white there.
No,
He doesn't sound distressed, agreed?
he sounds a little distressed.
He does?
I think so.
Okay. Why? What about it sounds distressed?
Just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more, not just kind of sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened and,
Yes,
okay. And do you know if you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock, right?
yeah. I mean,
You do know?
no, I don't know. Say that again?
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally is because he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock?
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
Well, no, I don't know.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Came here to tell the jury about your observations of a man you know, correct?
Yes.
And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Miu look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later?
Objection, Judge. These are all leading. This is his witness.
Sustained.
Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second,
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
maybe 20 minutes, I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
It seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken right away when you guys started going back down? Or was it near the exit? Or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
Okay. So would you, I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Miu was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No.
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No.
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you saw, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And is that happen after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Miu in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or after
That
he
was
was?
after.
And then that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nicolae said, let's go, right?
He did not say, let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any other witnesses?
We do, but not for today. So those are the only witnesses we were able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
All right. So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury, the attorneys assure me that we are ahead of days. So that's all good news, despite the fact that we're going to get an early recess today. My reminders are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation. Do not speak to anybody about this case. And do not watch any media reports or social media accounts about this trial. We'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out. Please be seated. All right, we are outside the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Anderson, is it correct that tomorrow we'll hear from Dr. Froloff?
And Lieutenant Hart.
Okay, and that's the end of the state's case?
Yes.
All right. And then we'll pick up where we left off with the defense witnesses. You have some exhibits that you want to address?
86, the Trabian body cam, I don't remember if it was moved or if it was admitted or not. It was played for impeachment.
No objection to, obviously, the portion that was played, but only the portion that was played.
I think it was 235 to 808.
Agreed.
All right, so the exhibit will be received, the portions played only for purposes of impeachment.
And then Exhibit 19 was the lab report. The court reserved on it because we hadn't had testimony on the buccal swabs.
Any objection?
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Judge, I'm not sure they established the foundation. I think there's this testimony from Ms. Standard was she didn't know who brought it, whether that potential problem with chain of custody we're objecting, but that's the issue.
Mr. Anderson?
The lab analyst testified that based on the receipt, it was dropped off in person by Sally Standard. There's no other Sally Standard as testified to by Sally Standard. She said she couldn't remember if she brought them, but she has in the past.
I think there is adequate foundation for receipt of Exhibit 19. Any irregularities associated with the investigator's lack of memory of the actual transit, I think are questions for the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. So 19 is admitted. Anything else?
Spoke about this at the bench. Exhibit 40 has the current version has some personal information,
yes,
contact information. This is a redacted version, just taking out that personal information. So I just asked if we can, my understanding there's no objection, replace the current Exhibit 40 with this one.
Correct. So we have Exhibit 40 in our custody right now, correct?
Yes.
Just have the clerk verify that. Okay. What I'll do then is I'll receive Exhibit 40 that we now have. It'll be received under seal since it contains personal identifying information that could be considered confidential. You'll offer what I'll mark as 40A, which is the redacted version, and you do not have an objection?
Agreed.
All right. So 40A is also received. Exhibit 4T, however, will be received under seal.
And then the other one, I think, the river map, the big one.
It was here this morning.
Yes, I think it's 89. 89.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 89 is received for illustrative purposes.
That's all I can remember off the top of my head.
That's slide 13, did you say?
Yes. Or no, that was a different slide that I was referring to. This one zoomed out. Is there, can I ask the clerk if there's any other ones that show discussed and not admitted?
Let's just see here.
While she's doing that, Mr. Trofasi, Mr. Nelson, do you have any exhibits that need to be addressed?
I believe so. I think 102 through 112, the only ones offered, and they've all been received.
Okay.
The only thing I have is the 2 rental receipts, which I can return back to the state.
Yeah, we decided not to admit that, so I think we're good.
You have one thing, I guess, just to put on the record, Judge, I talked to your clerk earlier. When the sergeant nurse was testifying, somehow she ended up with 2 copies of, I believe, the report. They both had evidence stickers on them. One was a photocopy. The one with the yellow sticker was missing pages. She testified from the one that was the photocopy. That's what the court has.
Okay.
It has all the pages.
think the yellow sticker one, I put all the pages there, so they might not be together because they weren't stapled, they were loose. And so my hope is that they're somewhere in that pile of papers that were on there. I'm happy to help look for those.
I didn't find them, so I just gave her she kept the copy with all the pages.
Okay.
It appeared to be together because it was stapled, and the staple was not removed.
So the original wasn't stapled.
The one that had the plain of the sticker on it, that had the information was stapled.
In any event, maybe when we're done with court today, the attorneys can just visit with the clerk to make sure that all of the exhibits are where they're supposed to be and intact. Is there anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, we'll start again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Since we're ending early, we're going to recess. I would like to meet with the attorneys so we can at least start talking about jury instructions. Let's use our time wisely. So meet with the clerk afterwards, take a break, and then we'll come back in and just have an informal discussion about the jury instructions.
What time do you want us back in?
2:45? All right, court is recessed for the day, however.
And good afternoon one last time from your Fox 9 streaming studios. You've been watching our Gavel Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. We have wrapped up early for the day, 2:30 in the afternoon here in the Central Time Zone. The judge typically goes to 4:30. Both sides are out of witnesses, at least who are in the courthouse. At this point, the state saying they have two final witnesses to go. By my count, they mentioned by name Dr. Victor Froloff. A quick Google search, although I'm not intimately familiar with all the roles everybody plays on the state witness list, but he appears to be a Ramsey County medical examiner, so presumably having done the autopsy on Isaac Schuman, the young man stabbed to death on the river, the injury, the cause of death, what killed him. That would be one of the witnesses, and then the other is the one we've highlighted these last few days, Lieutenant Brandy Hart, who does the jailhouse interrogation of Nicolae Miu. The defense filing paperwork to try to keep that interrogation out, saying that Nicolae Miu was entitled to have an attorney present, but the judge finding, despite his questions, when is an attorney coming? When do I get to speak to an attorney? He never fully asserted his right to an attorney at the jail. So therefore, the entire interrogation, which is documented and recorded, does come in, and Lieutenant Brandy Hart, presumably now the final witness in the state's case in chief, both Dr. Froloff and Lieutenant Hart on the docket for tomorrow, and then it's fully on to the defense, though, as you've seen, both Friday and today, they have called several witnesses, 4 or 5 so far, out of turn, a bit unusual. But that was for efficiency's sake. They are running ahead of schedule now. This 2-week trial certainly looks, as you think about the witnesses to be called, and Nicolae Miu taking the stand perhaps as early as Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. That is where we sit now. And with that, I want to bring in our legal analyst, Marsh Hallberg Criminal Defense, a former prosecutor himself, a local attorney here in the Twin Cities with years and years of experience. Marsh, your thoughts? It was kind of how we alluded to it earlier, what we thought. The medical examiner, still we haven't heard from about Isaac Schuman's injuries. And then, of course, the lieutenant who spoke with Nicolae Miu at the jail upon his arrest. What stories did he tell? What lies did he tell? It would appear Brandy Hart will be their last witness. What do you make of that?
Yep, you want to try to end it on a big bang, right? So the medical examiner really isn't going to be contested a lot about what happened and how people die and get hurt. So the fact that they can let the jury linger, at least through a lunch hour probably, if not longer, over all the lies that the alleged Mr. Miu said, they want to end with something with some bang to it.
And talk to me about character witness. I think some people may have picked up on this. Only the questions can only go to Miu's propensity for peacefulness. That was the one trait this judge is sort of allowing in outside of what happened that day. Explain how that works and how a judge and the two sides might come to what is fair game during a trial.
Good question. Generally in a civil lawsuit, for example, you don't get into whether somebody's a good guy or a bad guy or other traits about what they have to do. Criminal law is kind of a different animal. And generally the two main things that defendants can usually bring up are whether you have if it's a crime of violence, whether you have a propensity for violence, are you a hostile guy, volatile guy, or peacefulness. So you can bring that character up. And then the other issue that usually you wait until there's a challenge. So if Mr. Miu testifies and they question him, the state questions him at all, which certainly they're going to do, then you can start to bring in questions as to his honesty. So that's a second possibility that it's called opening the door, that issue may then be alive for them to call people for literally a 3-minute piece of testimony. How do you know Mr. Miu? Does he have a reputation in the community to be an honest guy? Yes, he does. No other questions. So you could get into that type of character building could come out.
And it was interesting. I know, Marsh, you'd have no idea about this. I'm going to hold it up for our viewers. I don't know, you may not be able to see it, but that's a large knife, a machete, in essence, is what it's called in court filings. The defense made a motion. Apparently that type of knife, or that knife itself, I'm taking it from a pretrial filing, was found in Nicolae Miu's car that afternoon, just away from the scene of the stabbing. And in a preemptive move, the defense did not want that to come in as rebuttal evidence towards his propensity for peacefulness, that he uses that for, stuff in the garden, out in the woods, what have you. And they sought to make sure that if the state does try to challenge on the issue of peacefulness, that something like that does not come in. I just thought it was interesting, the type of things, if the court were to allow some things to expand from a personality trait or a character issue, that type of stuff, where the judge draws the line, what's not admissible or what can come in. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Before my next question is, as we kind of look towards wrapping up today's testimony, I wanted to go back to one moment. This is a St. Croix County investigator by the name of Andrew Dittman. He was called by the defense. Let's listen back to his testimony. Marshall, I have a question for you on the back side of this.
You interviewed Juwan Cockfield. Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Miu that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Miu told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weird, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Miu told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nicolae punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed Nicolae punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nicolae punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
And now taking a look at your tubing groups, it helps orient us on different witnesses and who's with whom. Obviously, out of the Miu group, you now see Amanda next to her husband, Ernesto. On the bottom of your screen, the Miu group, Ernesto testified last week, his wife just now, Amanda Torres, with Nicolae, shirt open, the camo shirt there, the sunglasses, Sandy Miu. Down there in the tube. And as we kind of wrap up here, I do want to bring back Marsh Hallberg here in that investigator Dittman testimony that we just listened into, this idea that Miu told the boys at some point he was, quote, looking for little girls. Now it's not on tape anywhere. And now, according to the investigator, none of the kids mentioned that specific fact in the moment to law enforcement. And no doubt that is what got the taunting really going, the raper, the pedophile, those kinds of words that might have really antagonized or intimidated Nicolae Miu in the moment. With that testimony coming in from that investigator, is that helpful to the defense?
Yeah, nice job by the defense. When I was watching that, I actually made a couple of notes about that. I thought that was a very effective, short little clip against the witness Dittman by the defense attorney. I don't think anybody, look, he's in this environment with like 10 other friends. They're all there together. It doesn't make sense that he's really would ever be doing that or saying that. So I don't think the jury puts any stock in thinking that. It kind of comes down to, you know, the kids are all kind of scrubbed up today or in the last week that have come and testified, the victims in this case. But if you're honest about it, they're really not very likable in the sense of that day. We've all had the experience of just encountering just drunk, young, obnoxious people. And now the state's going to say, absolutely, that may be true, but that doesn't justify you killing or stabbing somebody. So they're not as sympathetic as the state would like them to be.
Good point there. And Marsh, I want to call up the jury. We haven't asked you about the jury makeup. We talked to your colleague last week, Debbie Lang, about what the makeup is, because you talk about the behavior of the kids, the argument of self-defense. You got 8 men, 6 women. We do not know who the alternates are. But Debbie really pointed out the ages, you know, at least 8 of them, if Miu's in his 50s, at least 8 of them are 50 plus. She thought that could be an interesting way, more looking at the situation through Nicolae Miu's eyes. I know you're seeing it. We haven't talked to you, so I'll give you a second to kind of process that. Would you be curious about who ultimately ends up deliberating in this case, male, female? Is that important to you, or do you agree with Debbie that maybe age could play a factor once these guys get back into a jury deliberation room?
Yeah, I agree with that. With Debbie, that I definitely would want these older men or women. I would want them on the jury to kind of be able to relate back to that and have more empathy or sympathy for a person that's closer to their age versus a millennial or a Gen Z or whatever. So that's there. You know, there's some arguments that are made out there that in jury selection, especially like in a sex offender case, that women are actually harder on female victims than men are. Men are the protectors, the daddies. They come in and want to protect women, and women are more critical of women victims perhaps not conducting themselves appropriately or in a smart way.
And we don't know any other demographics, who's a parent, who could have a teenage child, you know, maybe sympathetic for, you know, kids being kids, if you will. So obviously, you know, and plus you never know what a jury will do. Let me talk to you about what I know you know is having a client about to take the witness stand. What is his defense team doing this afternoon with him? Is there some final preps? I mean, by the way the court calendar is has been laid out with the last witnesses. He might have to decide whether to take the stand as soon as tomorrow afternoon or certainly Wednesday morning. What are you doing in these final sessions outside of court? I assume they go down and visit him in the jail, but can you take me through that dynamic lawyer-client right now?
You really hope there's nothing they have to tell them other than we guess you're going to be on tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning. It's like trying to study for the SAT or ACT at the last minute, right? Too late. So hopefully they have them all ready to go. They may have a few little nuances based upon what's happened in the last couple of days that they want to review with him and just ask him if he has any questions of them. But all that homework should really be done. I'll be interested now that the defense is kind of going more on their side of the game here, especially when Mr. Miu testifies about the optics in the courtroom. Towards the very end of the courtroom activities today, your video photographer scanned into the courtroom to show who was there. And if you notice the state side of the case, with big signs that were up, by the way, that the jury can read that say reserved for the district attorney. So the jurors absolutely know that all the people sitting on the state side of the case are for the state.
Right.
And you've got, I think, 6 people maybe sitting on the defense side. So generally the rule you do is you give each side half the courtroom. It's the Hatfields versus the McCoys, for those of us that still know that historical reference. But I generally want, when my client testifies, and if not then, at least for closing, I want to fill my side of the courtroom with people that are sympathetic to our side of the case. A lot about this character witnesses and all that kind of stuff, I don't worry about as much as maybe some lawyers do. I think juries figured out real quick that if some guy's been employed at the same place for 20, 30 years, owns a house, has kids, blah, 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 we know he hasn't been going to prison. He hasn't been doing something else. If other people are coming in to testify for him, we know they must think he's a good guy. So I haven't actually have testimony that says he's a good guy, he's an honest guy, he's a peaceful guy. I'm not as worried about that because they kind of see that and they're going to see his demeanor, which I expect to be very respectful and reserved.
And I think about that final witness today, Amanda Torres, talking about the shock, the defense is trying to get, and he was ghost-like, he was pale, he was in shock afterwards. But then the state comes back and has video to show otherwise. He's, leisurely paddling out of the river, soon after, soon in quotes, maybe 30, 40 minutes later, but, leisurely paddling. He certainly shouldn't, editorialize, but in the squad car, he doesn't look shocked or out of sorts in the back of the squad car there. So it seems to cut, everybody seems to cut both ways. Both lawyers doing a nice job on, depending on what witness is on the stand, sort of poking holes or raising questions about that. Do you see, winner and loser in some of the testimony you've watched over the last week of who's more right about whether Nicolae Miu was in shock that day?
All this stuff seems so important in the moment, but then after you go home and you come back the next day, you kind of forget 90% of what's already happened. So again, I'm keeping it simple. I think it's come down to the video versus Miu's testimony. And that's going to be 90% of what carries this day or not. And it's going to be the defense pounding home about maybe people you really aren't sure, right? We got this one side, we got the other side. The answer here is we don't know for sure to the level of beyond a reasonable doubt. At least to that level, you don't know. So we win in that situation as the defense. And the state's going to say this guy overreacted. He had ways that he clearly could have kept going. Yes, he was being taunted. Yes, that was inappropriate. Yes, they were belligerent young people that were drunk. But that doesn't mean you get to stab a whole bunch of people.
Wow. Marsh Hallberg, thank you so much. Before I let you go, any last word, any thoughts you have, or you'll be watching the next 24, 72 hours with this one?
Well, I really want to see Miu's testimony, and I want to see the closings. I think it's really going to be, it's good lawyering on both sides, which is refreshing to see. The judges kept a tight room. The lawyers understand the rules of evidence. There's been minimal objections. It's been a good trial for people to watch if they want to see how good lawyers work.
And I know you so appreciate just our legal system, historically, the greatest justice system in the world, if you will. And that's what we're watching here, right? Both sides, this is what happened. We have video evidence. It may not be perfect, but it's there. We're going to bring in 12 citizens, 12 peers who live across St. Croix County. Here are the facts. And ultimately, it'll be up to them whether a crime occurred that day.
Yeah, pretty, again, a lot of imperfections in our system, but it's the best one any of us have ever figured out. And it's not very common across this world that you get what we get here. So I think everybody's getting their day in court.
There you go, Marsh Hallberg Criminal Defense, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, and friend of Fox 9. I thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the course of the day, and I thank all of our viewers on the live stream and our live broadcast, gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. For us, we'll wrap up now as we close in on 3 o'clock Central Time. And as you heard Judge Waterman say, 8 a.m. tomorrow, state has 2 final witnesses. It appears the medical examiner who did the autopsy on Isaac Schuman, as well as Lieutenant Brandy Hart, who did that critical interrogation of Nicolae Miu at the St. Croix County Jail, July 30th, 2022. You won't want to miss it. And then the defense turn. When does Nicolae Miu take the stand? We will be here throughout until we get a verdict. For now, I will say good afternoon and thank you again for joining us.